All right. All right. All right. Ugh. God. I even went to bed early. I went to bed at midnight, which is really early for me. You know what I dreamt about? I I dreamt that I went fishing, but it was bad. I was doing some cleanup volunteer work in a semi-rural area, and you know, we were gonna pick up trash and stuff, and we were all racing to get the tools that we'd use to get trash, you know, like rakes and the little pokey things used to pick up the trash. But I didn't get that. I got a comically large fishing rod with a hook that was like this big, like a big fat hook that in real life would probably weigh like 50 pounds of iron. You know, so I could reel in the trash, like in the JRPGs or whatever, when you get a low roll in the fishing minigame. And I was with like my family and friends and stuff, and I didn't get any fucking trash because I was trying to fish it up with a 50-pound iron hook. And I felt like a fucking idiot, you know? They were all making fun of me. They were like, "You'll do better next time." And then we got to the next like river or whatever, and I didn't get anything, and they were like, "Oh, okay, well, you know, you tried your best." Oh my god. God damn it. I don't know if I like the Spirit Brush either. It's good, but it's so small. Show us the Adderall. I wish I could. Are we gonna watch Leftovers? Oh, you know it.
For the first time ever in 50 years, we're also fighting that very same battle every day.
How's it been?
To make sure that people understand that the only way out of this, well, there's two different ways out of this. It's ethnic cleansing. It's like doing a final solution to the Palestinians, or it's a pathway towards developing a nation state where Palestinians, Muslims, Christians, Jews can live, coexist, and have equal rights and equal. I agree.
Thanks.
Let's vibe check.
We're going to be discussing the conflict between Israel and...
Generally, I agree with Ethan, but Ethan was losing it a little bit last night. On Twitter, he was arguing with that Mohammed something guy. Is his name Mohammed? Fucking that muscular guy who calls himself jihadist. And he quote tweeted an old picture of him and said, like, Hamas would behead you for drugs and for being a sex worker. Or whatever. Which is pretty weird, champ, you know. But then he deleted it and apologized. And I asked him to compliment his mustache, and he did. Hold on. Do we have that? Let me pull up the... There we go. Now compliment his mustache. It's nice. We have achieved peace in our time. So I facilitated some of the largest and most consequential peace talks of the era. Yeah, I ameliorated. Exactly.
In Gaza that's happening right now. Obviously, there's been a lot of emotional, charged stuff going on.
Ethan was saying Mia Khalifa somehow has the same influence and power of a U.S. senator. That's probably true.
We're going to discuss everything, but I do want to make something very clear at the top of the show here, is that I've seen a lot of people expecting us to come and argue, and our friendship is going to end and the show is going to end or something like that. And I'm sorry to disappoint you guys, but that's definitely not what we're planning on doing here. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, instead we're going to solve the conflict in its entirety. Let's go.
It's never going to happen.
That's what we're going to do.
People who are like, it's just not happening. That's not the point of the show, which I like. And actually it's becoming more so now, is that we can have, I sound so dumb and corny, but like we can have difficult conversations and not hate each other, which is important because
taboo topics.
Exactly. Just like, who's doing that?
I think that was Fresh and Fit.
Fresh and Fit, taboo topics.
No, it was Ab and Preach, I think.
Look, if people like me and Hassan which are basically so close to the same ideals, can't have a amicable fucking bananas.
I have not even watched it.
So
I just saw it and I was like, oh God.
They spliced me talking separately about something and Hassan talking separately about something, and they spliced it together to make it look like I was telling you that you deserve to die. Here, let me see.
Jesus.
No, look at the title of it. It goes, debate. Ethan Klein tells his former co-host, Hassan Piker, he deserves to be burned alive by terrorists for his different views on the Israel-Palestine conflict. Die! And by the way, we got a community note on it.
Thank you, Elon.
1.5 million views, though. But anyway,
but that goes to show you.
People are doing that too on the one thing that pisses me.
I don't know, guys. People said this has been rough. It seems like it's going fine. At least it starts off with them being pretty good to each other.
Is that more reactionary forces are going to be seen as the emancipatory forces when an irredentist power or an imperialist power goes and tries to seize land that it does not own. This is
they stay civil, but Ethan says some pretty wild things. Is there like a segment of this or like a timestamp where you could point me to where there's something worth commenting on apart from them just getting along? What with me being a vulture and all, I have to prey on conflict. You know how it is. Honestly, it's mostly fine. Okay, well, that's good, right? I mean, that's a good thing. No, Hassan has been very careful. Well, good. You know, I haven't actually seen any commentary from Hassan with regards to him, like, I don't know, glorifying Hamas as the proletarian vanguard of the Gaza Strip or whatever. Like, I've seen people around Hassan say that. I haven't seen Hassan say that. So if he's being chill and reasonable, that's a good thing, you know? Hassan's takes have been good. His chat's fucking insane, yeah. Maybe he knows because I got perma'd for the Glass Israel shit. Maybe he's like, oh, fuck, we gotta be real fucking careful on Twitch. Can someone tell me what Vosh meant by Israel's using people as human shields? Yeah, so the Israeli government has engaged in a sort of occupational strategy where they use settlers very aggressively to occupy Palestinian homes and settlements in the West Bank. And the consequence of that basically means that the front of conflict in the West Bank is civilians going up against Palestine. Like, the settlers are acting with the authority and the militant violence of the IDF because the IDF accompany them, but they're essentially using civilians as a front line to oust Palestinians. Yes, and in some cases, they literally just arm the settlers. They arm the civilians, in which case, you know, them being civilians at that point is kind of blurry because they're literally being given arms by the military and told, like, hey, you actually have, like, permission to fucking remove these people. But that's, like, that is Israel using human shields. Like, that is them deliberately doing it, you know? Like this famous video.
Jacob, you know this is not your house.
Yes, but if I go, you don't go back. So what's the problem?
Jacob, you know this is not your house.
Yes, but if I go, you don't go back. So what's the problem? Why are you yelling at me? I didn't do this. I didn't do this.
But
it's easy to yell at me, but I didn't do this.
You are stealing my house.
And if I don't steal it, someone else is gonna steal it.
No one is allowed to steal it, يا عمي.
Just so you guys know, what's going on in the West Bank is literally like Looney Tunes colonization, where like Palestinian families will leave their home for a second to go buy milk from the grocery store, and when they come back, there will be a whole ass fucking fully armed Jewish family in their home, and the Jews will just be like, I don't know. I don't know what you want. I don't know what. Why are you looking at me? What? How much of a joke is that? What I just said? It's not. Please just say Israeli, not Jewish. The Palestinians are supposed to be Israeli too, you know. Are a lot of Palestinians Jewish? There are a lot of Christian Palestinians, but you guys know the Gaza Strip and the West Bank are both in Israel. They're legally considered to be Israel. Technically, those people are Israeli, but nobody considers them that because the apartheid is so severe. Like, imagine South African apartheid so severe that black South Africans aren't even considered South African by, like, everyone. It's like this weird double standard where everyone pretends that Israel is like the country that, like, the whole area is like Israel. Like, legally, it's all Israel. If you look at maps, it's like it's all Israel, not Israel and Palestine. It's all Israel. But then the Palestinians aren't Israeli somehow? Are Palestinian citizens? Some of them, not all of them. A lot of them are, like, stateless, basically. I thought maps show it as disputed territory. Depends on the map. Well, anyway. If they get along, that's probably good. No fucking fighting. Trump calls Hezbollah very smart people. I'm always saying this. What? This link isn't opening. This web archive link isn't opening. All right, hold on. Guys, time for us to celebrate the great freedom and autonomy that we enjoy in the West. France orders ban on all pro-Palestinian protests. I love losing our glorious freedom of speech and protest over the fucking Israel-Palestine issue. It's great. French Interior Minister Gérald Darmanin looks to clamp down on anti-Semitism after Hamas's terror attacks in Israel. Great framing. Yeah, great framing. Germany is doing the same. It's so cool. It's great. Nice. Thank you. Darmanin sent strict instructions to ban pro-Palestinian demonstrations because they are likely to generate public order disturbances. Love that. Love that. Love that. Love that. The French government doesn't give two shits about anti-Semitism? No, of course they don't. Jesus. Like all contentious social issues, this is just going to be used as a wedge by demons in government to crack down on people's rights. The UK does the same. I mean, yeah, British people lost the right to protest a little while ago. France uses tear gas and water cannon on banned pro-Palestinian rally in Paris. That's so cool. Despite the ban, several hundred pro-Palestinian demonstrators gathered in central Paris in separate group. The police emerging. A lot of this is probably also fueled by the fact that French people fucking hate Muslims. You know? France doesn't care about anti-Semitism. Marine Le Pen, a Holocaust denier. Oh, yeah, Le Pen's father, Jean-Marie Le Pen. Jean-Marie Le Pen? Fined again for dismissing Holocaust as a detail. French court finds former leader of Far-Right Front National for third time calling Nazi gas chambers a mere detail of history. What is it? What did he mean by this? Whatever. Do you think people should be wary of things like the APAC trying to unseat pro-Palestinian politicians. Yeah, AIPAC is demonic. AIPAC and all the other like super hardcore guys, the most aggressive pro-Zionist movement in the world is not Jews. It's Christians that use Jews as a wedge to attack the left. Like, if you actually meaningfully look at what AIPAC or all the, like, pro-Zionist stuff does in terms of its actual material consequences here in the West, it has very, very, very little to do with supporting Israel and a lot to do with using Jewish people as a wedge to attack the left, even though the majority of American Jews vote Democrat. It's just an incredibly cynical attempt by evangelicals to use identity politics to weaponize a minority group against us. There have been anti-IDF protests breaking out across Israel. Yeah, the Israelis aren't that happy. We'll talk about that in a second. Germany is passing a Betätigung Verbot, prohibition of activity against Hamas and possibly groups close to Hamas in Germany. I could not find anything on directly banning Palestinian protest. Well, yeah, Hamas is a terrorist group. It's not too surprising. In Germany, Chancellor Olaf Scholz on Thursday similarly declared zero tolerance of anti-Semitism. Scholz banned all Hamas-linked activities after some people celebrated the militant group's attack in Israel last weekend. What is Hamas-linked activity, out of curiosity? Anyone who glorifies the crimes of Palestinian militant group Hamas, uses its symbols, condones murder, calls for criminal acts, or burns Israeli flags could be prostituted in Germany. Okay, so this doesn't just mean anything Hamas-linked. This just means, like, a wide net of things associated with pro-Palestine. Did I say prostituted? If you guys get up in arms about the mispronunciations or misspeaking today, I'm just gonna remove chat. I have literally zero patience for this shit today. Yeah, this is probably going to, like, encompass bans on Palestinian or pro-Palestinian stuff as well. That's not good. In an attack that started Saturday morning, Hamas militants from the Gaza Strip infiltrated Israel, killed more than 1,200 Israelis. 1,200? I thought the last settled... There. I thought the last settled death toll was 700. Has it risen that far? Israeli fatalities surpassed 1,200. Oh, yeah, I guess so. Takes them a while to call it all up. 1,300 people apparently confirmed dead in Gaza, which means that significantly more than 1,300, because Israel has had the time and ability to count their dead. And Hamas is not. Not Hamas, the Palestinian people. Does this include military deaths? There are, like, some military deaths. Hold on. Yeah, speaking of favorability of conservative politicians, polls show majority of Gazans were against breaking ceasefire, Hamas and Hezbollah unpopular among key Arab publics. And isn't the polling showing that people are blaming... Yeah, majority blames government. What is with the... Majority blames government for Hamas massacre, says Netanyahu must resign. An overwhelming majority of 86% of respondents, including 76% of coalition supporters, said the surprise attack from Gaza is a failure of the country's leadership. This is the reason why I don't think it was a false flag. I think that, like, while in theory Hamas brutality benefits Netanyahu, in practice, the way this panned out made him look really, really weak and ill-prepared. I think that if Netanyahu had like meaningfully controlled or facilitated this, it would have been like a big brutal strike from Hamas that would have been over very quickly, because they would have immediately been pushed back by the IDF, and not like a 2-day firefight as they like claim territory and then get pushed back into Gaza, you know. Over 75% saying the government holds most of the responsibility. That is wild. Then link it, Albion Sirican. What do you think of the BBC refusing to call Hamas terrorists? It feels kind of performative. What? Every BBC interview we've seen has been like concentrated Hitlerite shit. They brought on a Palestinian official whose family had died to Israeli airstrikes, and they were like, hey, you think Hamas are bad, right? Like, what is the BBC even? You know? What the... Oh, because this is the mobile version of the site. I see. There we go. I was like, why? Why does it look like this? I've looked at the Jerusalem Post today. Yeah. Netanyahu must resign after war's conclusion, Israeli said. What do you mean after war's conclusion? Netanyahu is already super fucking unpopular and already is like credibly accused of like 50 counts of corruption, and also is trying to like maintain his hold on power with judicial corruption. Why give him the time? A slim majority of 56 said Netanyahu must resign at the end of the war. Only 56? Dude. You already didn't like him. Fuck Israel, man. Jesus Christ. The unhinged Israeli PM arguing with a Sky News reporter here. There's more numbers. I love numbers. They're my favorite things in the world. Oh yeah, this is just what we were looking at. 94% see the government responsible for the intel failure that led to the massacre. 97% see the intelligence failure worse than that of the 1973 Yom Kippur War. Is that true? 56% believe he should resign. 59% have no faith in the government leading this war. I guess that's good. I guess that could be worse. You know, potentially. This is the Sky News interview. What about those Palestinians who are in hospital on life support and babies in incubators? Hold on.
And what about those Palestinians in hospital who are on life support and babies in incubators whose life support and incubator will have to be turned off because the Israelis have cut the power to Gaza?
Are you seriously keep on asking me about Palestinian civilians? What's wrong with you? Have you not seen what happened? We're fighting Nazis. We don't target them. Now, the world can come and bring them anything they want. If you want to bring them electricity, I'm not going to feed electricity or water.
Damn, the only way this guy would ever meaningfully fight a Nazi is if he took his own life. Holy shit. The fucking Hitler particles, man. Are you seriously talking about their babies being killed? Don't you know that they're evil? Like, what? Holy shit. Man. Israelis sure do pick the best leaders, huh? He's one of those greater Israel types. Like, to be fair, there was like, every Israeli leader has been a monster. There was one who might have not been, and then Netanyahu had him killed. Like, it's ridiculous. I mean, what more can you even say, really? Substantiate that? Don't tell me what to do, Benjamin. Wait, what? I'm pretty sure he was assassinated by another Islamic funding group. Yeah, after Netanyahu extensively attended rallies calling for his death and then was given intel on a potential security risk to him and was asked to calm down the kill this guy rhetoric and then didn't. Like, it is the most obvious, like, like, Netanyahu is as responsible for the death of that guy as Trump is responsible for January 6th. Unironically, like, that's the level of abstraction we're operating on here. Oh, you mean stochastic might be? I thought you meant like ordered his assassination might be. Yeah, I don't really think there's that much of a difference. Like, would you say like Trump never ordered the Capitol to be stormed? He never said that. But like we don't like obviously at that point, like it's so obvious what he was pushing for and what he was trying to do that it's like, you know, literally, Rabin said maybe we should try to live with our neighbors in peace, and Netanyahu went on for weeks saying he should die. Ben-Gvir literally rushed the dude's car and took a piece saying, we got to his car, we will get him next. Yeah. Insane. What specific policy positions do you reference when you said Israel led to the creation of Hamas and the stack? I've talked about this like extensively over the past few days. You'll have to go back and look. Basic like every fucking level. Like Israel has created every condition that's led to this. Israel has had all the power in this relationship. Can you explain the comparison of modern Israel with apartheid South Africa? Yeah, modern Israel is worse. That's the comparison. Meanwhile, over in a significantly less evil country, the morgue at Gaza's biggest hospital is overflowing as Israeli attacks intensify. Yeah, a bunch of people are dying over there. More Palestinians have died than Israelis so far, and we don't even know the full death toll of the Palestinians, and it's only going to get worse. The ground invasion hasn't even begun yet. It hasn't even started. Not only that, but it's not just Palestinians who are getting killed. If I'm not wrong on this, I believe, yeah, as of WAPO, 9 United Nations staffers have been killed in strikes. They're gonna paywall me here, but the summary is here. Israel is targeting health facilities, so they are like going after it. You know, though with how densely packed the Gaza Strip is, you know, over 2,000 strikes that all crossings closed. 250,000 displaced locally. 9 UN staffers killed by strikes. So they're also out of fuel. Their one power plant is just out of fuel, and they cannot get any more fuel. There is no more fuel. Anything that would rely on power, hospital facilities, forms of communication, transportation, phones, whatever else, it's all going to run out. If you have family members in the Gaza Strip and you're worried for their safety, they're going to be in blackout soon. They will have no way of charging their phones. You won't be able to communicate with them. It'll be a complete dead zone. The only way that we'll be able to find out what's going on is with independent journalists, and Israel likes to kill those, so... I think they're already in blackout now. They are. They're out of fuel. There might be some Palestinians who still have a phone charge, but like, yeah. There are generators too, but yeah, it's bad. Yeah, but generators with what fuel, right? Like how much gasoline do you think they have on hand there? Only U.S. citizens and 2,000 people a day can leave Gaza. Is that the line they're drawing? 2,000 people a day. That's like nothing. And they're leaving through what? Which crossing? Into Egypt. Oh, thank you, benevolent overlords in Israel, for allowing a mere 2,000 people a day to leave through the Egypt crossing, something that you should have no control over. You bombed the crossing, and now you, in your graciousness, you will now allow that many to escape into another country. Thank you, thank you. So gracious. Israel links Gaza aid to hostages releases humanitarian disaster looms. Yeah. Dog, those hostages are not making it out. There's no fucking way. There's no way. The Scottish First Minister's family is stuck in Gaza and they aren't giving him safe passage. Nice. I'm fairly certain Egypt has also been limiting refugees. They have been. Egypt has been pretty monstrous here as well. People are not going to be happy if these guys die. Nadia El Nakla says Elizabeth and Meged feel like they're going to die in besieged city of Deir al-Balah without power or water. Yeah? Did you cover Israel bombing aid workers who were let in to help people out of the rubble? Yes, that was part of the UN staffers who were killed by strikes, wasn't it? There were, or was this a different group? Oh no, this might be a different group of humanitarian aid. I believe it was the Red Crescent organization. There were Red Crescent humanitarian aid responders who went in to help people who were buried under rubble, and then Israel targeted there and killed 3 of them. Let me see if I can find that. Yeah. To clarify what happened today, Israel gave permission to the Red Crescent medical teams to enter the bombarded area to rescue the wounded. As soon as they entered, they were directly targeted and the paramedics were killed. By who? By Israel. That's a war crime? They've only been doing war crimes for decades. It's like no one cares. Like it's always been war crimes. For decades they've been in violation of international law. It's all war crimes. All of this is a war crime. Why give them permission in the first place? They're evil. The people in Israel who are making the decisions about Palestinian occupation think they're subhuman. They're just evil. This isn't like some broader realpolitik thing. They are completely consumed by hatred and ethnic bias. Yeah, they consistently refer to Palestinians as savages, human animals. It's very clear in their policy and behavior. Love this headline. Gaza supplies will run out very soon. UN warns UK to send Royal Navy ships and aircraft to support Israel. Thank you, UK. You're really out here. Really out here helping the people who need help. We fight for money. Yeah. We fought for Israel. The Saudi-Israel deal is in tatters. Biden had hoped to crown his presidential term with a historic peace agreement between Israel and the most powerful Arab state. That now seems unlikely. Cool. The Washington choreographed diplomatic dance between Israel and Saudi Arabia was supposed to culminate in an exchange of ambassadors before the next U.S. presidential election. But due to Hamas terrorists who killed an estimated 1,200 Israelis and took another estimated 100 hostages this week, that deal is now under threat. And Israel's love affair with Saudi Arabia hangs in the balance. The UAE, Bahrain, and Morocco have all opened diplomatic missions in Israel since the Abraham Accords were signed in 2020. None of them are supportive of Hamas and its radical Islamic ideology. But if the anti-Israeli sentiment rises across the entire Arab world, they may have no choice but to shutter their missions. It's so cool how Israel is so hateable, like so widely despised, that it actually gets countries to act out of, like, not in their own best interest. Like, the like, realist geopolitical perspective is being completely shattered by people's seething fucking hatred for Israel. It's truly remarkable. Saudi Arabia has done shit to help the Palestinians. Well, Saudi Arabia is also controlled by evil people. The House of Saud is itself also evil. In the immediate aftermath of the Hamas attack, thousands of Arabs were already openly celebrating what they described as Hamas's heroic achievement in invading Israel and killing Jews. Hamas is only one of several Iranian proxies, all asserting fierce opposition. The crazy thing is that, like, it would be in Israel's best interest to ease up on the Palestinian people because it would win them so much favor with their neighbors. Like, if Israel was like, we're turning course, we're going to return some areas of the West Bank to them, we're going to, like, give provisions to Gaza and, like, open up peace accords and so on and so forth, like, they would win so much clout with the Arab world, with Iran, whatever else. But they can't do it because it's like, again, it's like realpolitik dies. This is what I mean about fascism and irrationality, right? Like, if Israel was rational, they would not be doing this. But the hatred, yeah, the hatred makes them stupid. Like, they could literally do that. They literally could. They could. It's not only could they do that, it would be easier for them to not do that. It would be easier to not do what they're doing than it is to continue doing what they're doing. This is why I and many other people say that Israel is the one responsible for these Israeli casualties and also for jeopardizing the safety of the Israeli people and Jews globally. Not only does Israel, like, jeopardize the global relation that Jews have with other, like, ethnic or religious groups by constantly associating themselves with all Jewish people and claiming to be the representatives for all Jewish people and then being fucking evil, but they also jeopardize themselves, their own internal security with the Hamas and the Palestinians, and their security regionally with other Middle Eastern nations. It jeopardizes their trade relations as well, and it means that their country now lives under, like, the potential future threat of existing under Iran's nuclear blanket, now that we know for a fact that Iran is pursuing a nuclear program in large response to their proximity to Israel. And all of this is because Israel is doing everything possible to worsen their local and global relations. Because they just can't help themselves. They have to kill Palestinians. They have to. Netanyahu is not a self-hating Jew. Netanyahu is just a fascist. He's a Hitlerite. That's it. I doubt Netanyahu particularly cares about Judaism in a religious sense. This is often the case for fundamentalist religious leaders. Their religious beliefs are purely political. They're just a political tool. They don't, like, hate themselves or their religion or whatever else. It's just a vehicle through which they can push a given ideology. Yes, he's also a Holocaust revisionist. Do you think Iran will ever get nukes? I mean, they're currently trying for it, and Iran has a pretty robust economy. Sure, they could. It does? Yes. It's not been doing so good since 2012, but Iran has a pretty robust GDP. Orange is Turkey, green is Saudi Arabia. Iraq would be like down here in the shitter. Israel will invade Iran, though. That would be a decision. I don't think Israel would succeed in an invasion of Iran. Hey, SDL. Israel has already invaded Syria. Yeah, but Syria is barely even a real country. Like 2/3 of Syria is a lawless wasteland controlled by various like militia groups. Iran is Iran. I know you said Westerners can't really do anything. What about Israeli civilians? What, you want Westerners to kill more Israeli civilians? How would that help anything? Compared to like Turkey, how much of a regional leader / power is Iran? Iran is a pretty strong regional power. Here. So the first thing that you guys might notice about Iran is that it's actually quite big. All right? A lot of people don't know. Iran and Saudi Arabia are about the same size. The difference is that 90% of Saudi Arabia is a completely unusable desert, whereas most of Iran is the most defensible physical territory on Earth. It is all mountain ranges. Seriously, hold on. Earth topographical map. Now, if we if we open up this cool map right here, you might notice that one particular region of the world, it's like say this one, is a little bumpier than its neighbors. Now, if we have any advanced war fans in the chat, you might know. Mountains give you 4 defense stars when you stand on them. Seriously, Iran is a highly defensible territory. Also, they would have to pass through Iraq. Now do population. Iran has nearly 100 million people in it. Israel has about 1/10 that. So no, I don't think Israel is going to invade Iran. I don't think anyone could. Were mountain terrain always beneficial, or is this a modern warfare thing? No, it's always been beneficial. It's always good to be in mountains. If you want to defend your territory, listen, the downside to mountains, it's harder to farm. The upside to mountains, really difficult to invade. That's it. Yes, this is also why Afghanistan was really difficult to hold. Afghanistan is comparably hilly. This is also the reason why Ethiopia was never conquered by the Italians. Really, I thought the American military could blow everyone up, haha. Oh, we could blow anyone up, sure. But we couldn't invade and conquer this land. Iran science and tech was the fastest growing sector in the world. Interesting. Why Palestine doesn't just build mountains? Yeah, Hamas had the wrong idea building tunnels. They need to build the opposite of tunnels. They need to build just a gigantic mountain range that's 3 miles across. Completely impenetrable defenses. What about mountains make modern warfare difficult? General question. Because both vehicles and troops have a very difficult time scaling mountains. The lack of flat terrain means that it's really, really difficult to, like, triangulate locations that fire is coming from. People can hide easily behind mountains, cliff sides, or in caves. You don't have, like, a clear, like, air readout of the terrain because, like, satellites and drones can only give you so much information when a lot of people are hidden in crevasses or valleys or in cave systems. It's incredibly difficult to maintain logistical lines because no matter how advanced your air game is, you have to send troops in eventually, and you have like lines of tanks stalling out on these fucking rocky mountain roads that are just barely holding themselves together under the weight of Abrams tanks, and you have to like snake them across these giant mountain passes that are incredibly easy to mine or to blow up. Seriously, like read up on the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan, okay? Because the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan was basically like, dog, what if we, like, took this area? Okay, let's go across the one road that gets to there. This one rocky road that we have to take one tank across at a time. I hope nobody fires an RPG at this road. That sure would set us back 3 months, you know? That's like every fucking, you know... There's a reason why even when we occupied Afghanistan, our main strategy was sit in the capital and then give a bunch of money to the Afghan National Army guys so they could go out and die to the Taliban. That was our strategy, and that was a good strategy, okay? Because if we had been sending American soldiers out there, they also would have died to the Taliban. Because it turns out that there's no American tech in the world that can stop like a 362 or a 762 from fucking half a mile away from some like tiny little hole in a wall from obliterating the skeletal structure of a U.S. soldier. So yeah, mountains, really, really bad for occupation. It's just so naturally defensible. Israel cannot beat Iran in an invasion. It's not possible. Now, Israel does have nukes, but that's a whole other deal. Fun fact, China exports a lot of censorship and surveillance technology to Iran. Not surprising. I have my eye on Iran. Iran is going to be the future of the Middle East, I think. Like, Saudi Arabia has been the center of the Middle East for a while, and Turkey is trying to be, but Turkey's fucked, I think. Like, Turkey's too unstable and incoherent, I think. And Saudi Arabia is like 90% desert sand, and also it's purely oil exports. Like, their time is limited. I think Saudi Arabia is fucked. I think that Iran is the future of the Middle East, personally. They have a central location. They're basically uninvadable. They have a huge population. They have, like, relatively robust economy. And their economy is much more diversified than Saudi Arabia's, I think. At least it has the potential to be. I think that Iran is like the future. Also, the Iranian population does not like their leadership that much. The regime will go eventually, I think. Maybe it takes longer than we want it to, but I think eventually it will. Also, they're building nukes. What do you mean Iran is a good economy? I thought they were buried under constant sanctions from the West. They do pretty well considering that. What is the Iranian population's opinion on other countries? The Iranian population is like 17 times more liberal than their government, is the thing. Every time I read about the Iranian population, like Western or like, you know, journalists will go in and they'll be like, hey, are you guys like cool with Coca-Cola? And the Iranian guy will be like, Coca-Cola? Yeah, we love Coca-Cola. USA #1. And then like you hear like the government broadcast where they're like, America has declared war on Islam by making it rain that day or something. You know, like American pig dogs have sent their rain weather control systems to... Were you just doing Borat? I'm sorry, I don't have offhand an Iranian accent. It's, look, okay, Borat's from somewhere here, right? Right? Okay, my wife, I am Iranian, my wife. Yeah, Kazakhstan, that's right over there. That's not too far. I literally grew up around Iranians, but they were like second generation immigrant Persian Jews, not like modern day Iranians. This was Iran from the 60s, very Western looking. Kind of. This is just like in Tehran. This was like wealthy. Okay, this was back when Iran was a puppet government of the West. So this was back when it was trendy to have your like wealthy children go over to Tehran for a university education. Like this was not like regular Iranian people. Regular Iranian people at this point in time were living in villages, you know? This is like Westerners and very wealthy patrons of Iranian business that worked with Western government, like occupational forces, with their education, you know? It's not really represent. It would be like taking a picture of like Afghanistan in the 50s, and because there were some like Western forces there at the time, it's like, oh look, this was Afghanistan in the 50s, and it's like so just some dudes in suits or whatever, like in those like big like sort of bulky linen white suits that you wear in the desert. Pretty sure this was after the ousting of the Shah. Pretty sure it wasn't. I don't know, Savage Boredom. It's only been like 5 days. It's like showing this. It's like saying this is Mexico and showing a pic of a resort. Yeah, basically, yeah. Was the Shah good or bad? The Shah was bad. The Shah was a puppet leader established by the West, that we kept there. Because we were upsetty spaghetti that Iran was planning on nationalizing their oil. He threw big parties, though. Shah parties. Iran. Do we have photos of those? The party that overthrew the Iranian Empire. Yep. The Shah's last party. Yeah, this dude threw parties so big that he was unironically doing the, like, let them eat cake shit or whatever. Like, the people in Iran were starving. And it was like, okay, that's cool. I'm going to throw the biggest party in the universe. Very fancy palace. Seriously, look at this shit. Look at all the wealth on display in Iran. Iran was not a wealthy country. I'm sorry the photos are low res. Look at this fucking guy. He was kind of an idiot. What happened to all those crowns and jewels? Holy shit. I'm pretty sure the Shah fled with them. He left before the Ayatollah took over and sort of complained about his deposition in exile. Wait, is he still alive? No. I don't know, man. That's just the average Persian home. That's true. His wife is still alive, though? Really? Well, he probably married 20 years younger. You know how monarchs can be. All right. His son is alive and pretending to be the current leader of the protests. Ah, nice. How did the Islamic Revolution lead to the modern-day Iranian regime? I find it hard to believe the Iranian people would fight in to usher a theocratic totalitarian regime. They didn't. They were fed up with Western occupation, and they were fed up with inequality and authoritarianism. A bunch of different groups rebelled together all at once. A lot of them were socialists. Keep in mind, the reason why the Shah was put in place to begin with was because Iran was leaning kind of socialisty, you know? But a lot of them were socialist, anarchist militants. And a lot of them were Islamic fundamentalists, because Islamic fundamentalists have always used Western intervention as their main recruitment strategy. And then the Islamic militants, when they won and when they took control of the government, they killed their opposition. They killed or displaced or deposed or exiled or disempowered or arrested the other factions within the revolutionary groups, and they ruled. The Iranian government, the Ayatollah and his subsequent Ayatollah, have never really been that popular with the people. They have like complete control of the government, but you know, they're not like super beloved or whatever. Vosh, Iran looked pretty much on par with Turkey and Eastern European countries back in the 60s and 70s. It wasn't that poor, dog. Eastern European countries in the 60s and 70s, pretty poor. That's poor. Poor enough that your leaders shouldn't be sitting in a chair like this. That's what I mean. Like this is, yeah, yeah. The thing that annoys me about the Iranian diaspora is how many people romanticize the Shah's regime as juxtaposed with the current regime. I mean, I didn't see much of that with the Iranian Jews that I grew up with, I guess. I'm sure it exists, though. Keep in mind that to a lot of people, like, in a lot of ways, things got worse after the Ayatollah took over. So there's some degree of romanticism that I, kind of expect. Also, for the Jews specifically, like, under the Shah, there were plenty of Iranian Jews. When the Islamic fundamentalists took over, the Jews left, and I can't blame them for doing so, So... Most of the Iranians here are ones that fled, similar to Cubans who left during the revolution. While that is true, keep in mind that a lot of the Cubans who fled during the revolution were like business owners, slavers, and people who had reason to fear the Castro regime, whereas a lot of people who fled the Iranian revolution were actually had a very good reason to not want to be there. Like, there's a big difference between Castro taking over and Islamic fundamentalists taking over. There's a very big difference in the character of those revolutions, The ones I've met were connected to the Shah's party. I've just met Jews that fled. Oh yeah, we're Hunger Master. I'm talking about the people who led like as it was happening, not afterwards. Okay, how do we get on this? What are we doing? Okay, hold on. You're doing Chat's Mom. I'm always doing Chat's Mom. Is it time for the suffering segment? It's time for a suffering segment. They're all suffering segments. All right, chat. I'm kind of torn here because on one hand, we have the potential to watch the entire interview, and on the other hand, I don't know if I want to. So, Cenk Uygur has officially announced his presidential candidacy campaign. The full interview is, for some reason, 44 minutes and 44 seconds. To my understanding, it's him explaining things to Anna Kasparian, to her credit, it seems bewildered. We also have relevant clips from the Twitter account Post Left Watch, which feels like it would make me suffer less than watching 44 minutes of this. In fact, I'm not going to. It's so unserious a claim that I feel it's stupid to spend like an hour and a half going over it. Like, it's not worthy of the time. Just a moment. Let's go. Cenk?
So the idea is to create enough pressure on Biden. And here's how you get the pressure. One of the ways you get the pressure is everybody thinks that I have almost no chance of winning, right? Well, let's keep it real. Everybody knows.
Really?
That, right? They're like, oh, your name is funny. You weren't born here. You're a progressive. You're an outsider, et cetera, right? If I get to 20 or 25,
Twitter. Are we kidding?
In. There's no question panic sets in because there's two things that happen there. One, the other candidates go, well, Biden is enormously weak, right? Number two is Biden begins to realize the handwriting's on the wall. If this Cenk Uygur, who he probably can't pronounce, has gotten to 25, the handwriting's on the wall. He's gotta go. And by the way, Anna, the reason why this is realistic is because there are a lot of people in Washington, inside the establishment, that are trying to get Joe Biden to drop out. We need to help them. We need to create that.
Citation needed. Yeah, so what he's saying is he will get like 25% of the primary vote somehow. And that will inspire Joe Biden to drop out, and then other people will take his place somehow. Of course, he doesn't actually believe this, but we'll get to that in a second. The astute of you might know that Cenk cannot legally be president. He is not a natural-born citizen. His claim, apparently, is that he is going to take it to the Supreme Court and win in a striking victory. So he can't even be president, but he's going to, in the span of a year, he's going to do this landmark Supreme Court case where he overturns constitutionally old precedent that is clearly laid out in the Constitution. It's not like a blurry line. And then he's going to inspire an incumbent Democratic president to drop out and be replaced by someone else. And that person then will do better against Trump. So obviously, he doesn't actually believe any of this. Let me tell you what Cenk actually wants, okay? Cenk wants people to pay attention to him and to give him money for his phony presidential campaign so that he can funnel it both to himself and to TYT, which is financially struggling right now. He wants book sales, and he wants, because he's pushing a book as well, and he wants money that he can sort of blur and spread around his sort of failing enterprise. There is no other explanation for this. Now, credit where credit is due. Apparently, Ana Kasparian actually does push back on this, which makes me wonder, like, if she is behind the scenes pushing against this ridiculous plan and can't believe that Cenk is going through with it. Like, this is what this says to me is that Cenk is giving up on what he's currently doing, because it's really difficult to be taken seriously running a progressive news channel after this. You know what I mean? Like, it really invalidates any possible future work you could do to do this ridiculous stunt. It just undercuts everything. It makes it almost impossible to take him seriously. This is the one thing that he'll be remembered for, which is insane, because he's done. Sorry, I hit the play button. Because he's done so many things, like the fact that he is at this point putting forward a new thing that he will only be remembered for is pretty insane. But yeah, whatever. I think that he's giving up on his regular job and throwing it away in favor of like a last ditch effort at getting some cash. Maybe he's, man, I don't know. Maybe he's trying to pivot into some kind of right-wing career. I have no idea, but this is so destructive for his reputation. Anyway, let's see what Ana Kasparian has to say. Yes, he ran in a special election for California rep and failed miserably, like really, really, really badly. It was kind of spectacular how badly he did, as a matter of fact. Considering his clout online, it didn't translate to real-life clout at all. Coming in only 6.6% of the, like losing in the runoff with just over 10,000 votes in total. Cenk Uygur, I mean, you know, he's not nobody. He's not just a YouTuber. The guy helped found the Justice Dems, right? He's largely responsible for the promotion of the Squad early on, running the Young Turks network. I mean, he's not nobody, but it just doesn't translate into real-life clout. That's the lesson that we learned from this, right? It does not translate into real-life clout. By the way, a Republican ended up winning this district in the special election, in case you were wondering. So that's cool.
Fail to understand how any potential Democratic candidate would see your run as a sign that they need to enter the race. I really do. I don't see it.
No, we got to knock Biden out. There's no other way around it. We have to knock Biden out. So Now, the guys who are not running currently, yeah, they're...
Is that a threat to Biden? Secret Service, arrest him. He was just in D.C. I know you have access to him.
They believe in authoritarian rules, right? If the dear leader, Joe Biden, says, I don't care if I'm 90 or 200, you will bow. They bow. And that is not what a Democrat is supposed to be. We're not supposed to bow down to authority.
Notice how his rhetoric at this point is almost identical to Jimmy Dore's. I think this is because he's realized that Jimmy Dore has a much more monetizable scheme than he does. By being like progressive-leaning liberals, who lean towards institutional credibility without actually having it, he's opened himself up to, I guess, attack from a bunch of different directions, and he's not as popular as he used to be. Whereas Jimmy Dore has gotten a ton of clout, attention, and money just by being a lunatic anti-vaxxer, basically is like a one-man show. His rhetoric here is almost identical to Jimmy Dore's, and Jimmy Dore was, of course, at a point his protege and sexual harasser of Anna Kasparian. Genuinely asking Vosh, do you know that Cenk is doing this for money, or are you just assuming that because that's the best explanation for why he's doing it? I mean, I can't read his mind. I never know for a fact why anyone is doing anything. They could say they're doing it for a reason, but be lying. I think it's far more likely that this is a desperate last-ditch effort at clawing out some kind of niche, monetizable sector while funneling some money into his failing enterprise, because I don't know what else this could be if not for attention and grift. You know? Like, what else could this possibly be for? Genuinely. His campaign policy proposals are the same as Biden's. Populist shit, it's just him baiting money. Yeah, like, it doesn't make any sense otherwise. Vosh, I spoke to people at TYT close to this. Who are you, Benjamin? And the opposite is true. Everyone is telling Cenk not to do that. It will hurt TYT views/revenue. That this is a true crusade, not a grift. He knows this will hurt them. Yeah, then he might be trying to like bail himself. I don't know. Again, like the more people are incredibly stupid, but this is beyond the pale. Are we being real here? I'm going to get 25% of the primary vote, thus forcing Biden to drop out even though he's the incumbent, and inspire other people to do this like last-ditch entry into the race. And also I'm going to win a Supreme Court case on constitutional precedent that goes back to the founding of the country. Like, do we seriously believe he actually believes this? Like, come on. They're past a point. You can't possibly believe this is just ignorance. Like, yeah, he was a principled advocate for progressive policies for 15 years, and then all of a sudden, all of this happened all at once. I don't buy it.
We're supposed to challenge authority.
Well, they're doing it to protect our democracy, Cenk.
Oh, yeah.
Democracy is under threat. So.
Yeah, if you're one of those Democratic governors, don't you ever dare say that democracy is under threat and not run against the guy who has almost no chance of winning. You were giving the election to Donald Trump. I'm not going to do it. I'll do anything to make sure that doesn't happen. By the way, if you agree,
you agree, buy my book.
It doesn't matter what your politics is. Just send in $1.
Dude, dog, come on.
At cenkforamerica.com as like a protest. Oh, please, another candidate. Please.
As a protest, yeah, dog, just as a protest, give me some money.
Please, me or anyone else. Okay, so
me or anyone else. What? Who? Anyone else? What? Yeah, I'm not buying this shit. I can't predict the future, but my personal guess is that he's envious of the money and clout that Jimmy Dore has gotten, and he's looking for a way out himself. Kind of crazy to imagine him trying to grab a way out, considering he's kind of the face of the organization, but it's not impossible. Look at his campaign website. It's so shit. Yeah. Oh my God. Not even a gradient? Not even a gradient. Really? Come on. Have you heard of this site called Squarespace? Web design is my passion. Do you think he's maybe had this on the back burner since the early 2000s? He's just like updated the text and the dates a little bit. What are the policy positions? Policy. What is there like a? Is there not like a? Why do you have a home button when there's no page other than the home page? What? Okay. Why would trans people make Cenk do this? Yeah. Oh my god, Vosh, you're the 1 millionth visitor. Say what you will about Hassan, his recent behavior has actually been less embarrassing than this. Oh, this is significantly more embarrassing than having like pretty good domestic positions, but sucking Xi Jinping's cock. This is worse than that by far. Decades and decades of consistent, principled, progressive advocacy, mostly, undermined in this desperate, pathetic bid for attention and money. God. Hope I don't turn out like this. Is this worse than telling people that voting doesn't matter? It's more embarrassing than it. This is you at 35, lol. Yeah. Do you think Cenk has less money than you? I fucking hope not. I have to clamor shit together every fucking tax season. If he has less money than me, I have no idea how the fuck he's gonna afford the travel to do the press speaking he'll need to do to keep this grift up. Cenk is calling himself a proxy. I mean, I guess if nothing else, it's important to remember that this is all like harmless because this isn't going to affect anything. Well, I will say him repeatedly saying Biden isn't going to win is pretty fucked. Like saying stuff like this is the equivalent of like looking at the bad polls and then getting doomer pilled and not participating in the election. If you keep arguing that Biden isn't going to win, then that might convince people to not go out and vote for him because they think it's a lost cause anyway. Benjamin, I see your posts. I get your point. Thank you. Social Blade estimates are not accurate. Also, we have no idea where that money goes to. Motivates me to help Biden win in a landslide just to jab his credibility. Dude, do you think, okay, since he's already gone full crazy, how far do you think it's going to go? Do you think he's going to say, like, when he loses the primary, inevitably, he's going to be like, actually, the DNC establishment shut me down, you know? And then, like, if Biden wins, he's going to be like, they had to cheat or something. Like, what do you think is going to go? Like, what direction do you think we're going to go here? Biden personally, yeah. Will you buy merch? I will not buy merch. Not even a little bit. Not even if it's funny. Is he doing the primary independent? Primary. He's running down. Cenk said that when he lost the primary when he ran for Congress. Wait, did he? Did he say that? Well, I want a link for that if that's true. He said the media lied about him, which is true. Benjamin, how are you such a TYT stan? You give me an enormous amount of money in donations. Shouldn't you be helping them out? They seem to be struggling more than me. The Humanist Report is making fun of him. Yeah, I saw Humanist Report's running their own. Yeah. There's just no excuse for this behavior. He was a TYT viewer before you, if I recall correctly. I've never been a TYT viewer. I've never independently watched a TYT segment for anything other than the stuff that I do for my stream. As in a TYT viewer turn into a Vosh viewer, you idiot. Whoa! Alright. Vosh, basically remember all the clip chimps of you and that's what they did for Cenk? Yeah, it's almost like YouTubers aren't good political candidates because it takes a lot of really careful, like, public-facing control and like presentational control in order to be a good politician, and YouTubers don't have that. Won't catch me running for office. God, no. I think the funny thing is that he doesn't even have a policy page. The policies that Cenk lists on his website aren't even, like, different from Biden's, right? Paid family leave, 15 minimum wage, public option, and gerrymandering. Is this not just the Biden campaign? I know what he means here, where he's saying 84% of Americans want this, 65% of Americans want this. But I like how this website is so poorly designed that he's not even specifying this. Biden is 13 points lower than when he barely beat Trump in the Electoral College, 44,000 votes. Can somebody explain to me how I'm not supposed to think he's being dishonest when he is hardcore framing the polling data as though we know for a fact that the current polling data is representative of, like, what it would be proportionally in the previous election? Like, Cenk was one of the people who was like, oh, here's this one massive outlier poll that showed Donald Trump leading Biden in 18-year-olds, you know, this must be totally authentic and definitely representative of the actual polling data, you know, like, it's so obviously dishonest. Ah, gotcha, Senior Pool. Whatever. Stupid. They need to fix that gas leak. It's getting ridiculous. That's pretty bad over there. All right. Let me see what's going on in the leftover side of the house. They still going on? Yeah, they are.
And it is true.
Yeah.
And it was ruthless. And it was brutal.
It is fucking ruthless.
And this is something that needs to be this is something that of course needs to be considered.
That is.
Oh yeah, and if you're watching right now and you think I'd make a better presidential candidate than Cenk Uygur, make sure to like the stream and also subscribe. I love you.
The reason why people were the reason why a lot of people, at least I follow, who have been covering this on the ground inside of Israel, and some inside of Gaza as well, was because of the Kuwait baby incubator situation that occurred in the past, where Amnesty International and the American authorities in the lead up to Operation Desert Storm said that the Iraqi soldiers were taking babies out of their incubators and, like, tossing them and, like, killing them, which is, like, incredibly brutal, right? In that circumstance, that was completely not real. That had not happened at all. And Amnesty International went in and looked at it. And there was even there was even an eyewitness testimony that was offered in Congress that was just a complete falsehood, a complete fabrication. And that played a role in justifying it to Americans that like we have to invade. And I think that's the reason why, because the American government has done this before. I think that's the reason why people thought that this was the exact same situation. However, it wasn't the exact same situation because the baby incubator story was false, whereas babies were still killed in this circumstance. So it's not
matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
But the truth is, though, that this is not going to help anything. This is going to fuel a lot of bad feelings. This being true.
And here's the thing.
Man, this looks fucking rough, dude. They both look rough.
Right. Like even if those babies weren't beheaded, let's say, right, or they weren't.
The reason I really, this is like fog of war shit. I really don't like talking about any specific claims with like, oh, maybe this specific thing happened or this specific thing happened. First of all, like, let me put on my fucking edgelord fedora cap here and say that the obsession over whether or not they were beheaded is largely irrational in the face of continued Israeli airstrikes. Do you think an infant being airstriked to death is more moral than beheaded to death? Like, do you think Ben Shapiro is like smugly nodding to himself and he's like, well, when we kill babies, it's because they get crushed under debris or instantly incinerated in the blast of an explosion, not because they're beheaded. Like, what are we even arguing about right now? Like, come on. Like, is the point to prove that Hamas is monstrous? Like, yeah, obviously. Like, but that's not material to the broader argument, right? Like, that's not. We can say Hamas monstrous. That doesn't have anything to do with the broader question with like Palestinian treatment or whatever, you know, or 2.5 million of them being starved of water and power and food.
Decapitated, whether by gunfire or directly with knives or whatever, which is, I can't believe we're having this conversation. It's so fucking ridiculous. Okay, they still died. It's not like the Israeli government was going to do anything different. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, or it's not like the people that are receiving this information were going to feel differently. Like the goal there is to absolutely demand verification, because you have to do that, because in the fog of war there is so much misinformation that gets presented, and the media should do their fucking jobs 100%. And I do have criticisms on that front, but it's ridiculous to have a constant back and forth on this when nothing will change and nothing's going to bring those children back.
All right, here's what I want to do. I'm going to move on in the interest of fairness, because part of what I want to do today is call out some really fucking nasty shit I've seen.
Oh, he's going to call me out. Shit.
And because I want to be consistent and do it all around, and these people are just as deserving, if not more, to be called out. I have a compilation of all the really fucked up shit that Western politicians, mostly politicians, some here like this guy. I mean, this is a rally, you know, this is a pro-Israel protest in New York. I mean, just listen to what this guy has to say.
To my dick!
What do you think the response should be from Netanyahu and the military to Gaza?
Kill all Palestinians! All of them! Now,
so, like, that's crazy, obviously. Thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, it's barbaric
to just say that on camera.
Yeah.
I mean, why would he feel...
There is a level of comfort in saying that, more so than saying...
kill all Israelis,
yeah,
kill all Jews?
Israelis.
Yeah, of course.
There's definitely way more acceptable thing to say.
There, right into the camera.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if there's going to be much for me to comment on here. It seems like they're getting along and the conversation at the moment is productive. So, yeah. I don't really have much to say if they're already saying the things that I would say, right? Not here to leech. Yeah, if they're chill. Why do I think that guy's a 4chan plant or something? Nah, like, there are just... I mean, it's like young dudes are like the bulwark of fascism everywhere, right? Like Israeli or otherwise. Israel's been buying YouTube ad space to push that baby killing narrative. Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen it. I've seen it. Yep. Mm-hmm. Did you see this interview with the ex-Prime Minister of Israel? Yeah, I think we just saw it earlier. Yeah, we saw it. Super cool. Already saw it. Tequila Sunset. Did you ever condemn Hamas? I might have at one point. I don't remember. Hold on. One second, I'll find it. Why am I so fucking bad at keeping tabs on the shit that I wanted to talk about? ADHD, brother. Yeah. The latest Trump clips are insane. Oh yeah, I did want to talk about that. I know he's very funny, and he always will be funny. He's just genetically funny. However, actual, like, unironic Trump cognitive decline shit, you know? Listen to this, seriously.
Instead of keeping terrorists and terrorist sympathizers out of America, the Biden administration is inviting them in. You know why? Because he's got a boss. Who's his boss? Barack Hussein Obama. Barack Hussein. Barack Hussein Obama. Remember the great Rush Limbaugh? Barack Hussein Obama. Here you go, Barack Hussein Obama. Hello, Lee. Unbelievably, the corrupt Biden Department of Justice recently invited an Iranian-backed judge from Iraq to visit our nation's capital. Isn't that nice? He couldn't have been too impressed with our capital. It looks like shit. No, have you seen what they've done to it?
Yeah, he, like, so obviously he's hysterical. I just went to DC. It looks great, by the way. However, will point out, he actually is starting to act senile. That wasn't just, people have gotten on his case before about slurring words. I slur words. Everyone slurs words. I'll slur words more when I'm older, I assume. But this legitimately seemed like he couldn't stay on a topic, like brain drunk, you know what I mean? Yeah, he sounds like a drunk old man. It's also worth pointing out that, like, it's really funny for him to invoke Barack Obama, considering how irrelevant Barack Obama is right now. The reason he did, I mean, Barack Obama is the reason Donald Trump got into all this, right? Like, pretty much everyone agrees. The reason Donald Trump even threw his hat in the ring for presidency was because he got made fun of at that White House Correspondents' Dinner by Obama, and that was like the fucking trigger point that set him off. Obama's politically, well, he's not politically irrelevant, but, like, how often does he come up, really? Come on. You know, it's not like he's an active government agent or whatever. But, like, rambling Barack Hussein Obama in 2023? You know? Like, it's just weird. It's like he's returning back to the emotional precursor, like the stuff that fueled him to begin with. My family has believed that Obama is the real presidential conspiracy since 2001. Yeah, whatever. Did you see the hummus clip? There is, like, a bunch of clips of him just... Hold on. Is this the same one?
Oh. So I'll do it just a quickie for you, okay, if you don't mind. So she gets down, she goes up, oh. And her parents are just so proud of her. And she's getting ready to make the last move. And she can't do it. So I'll do it.
No context. No context. No context. No context allowed, okay? You just have to deal with it with no context. He did the cute e-girl arm thing. Yeah, just fucking... We have no chance against this man. I mean, like I've said, one of the biggest like impediments to his ability to campaign right now is the fact that he's spent all of his money and is completely broke and is racing between all of these legal cases that he's losing. And I mean, it's going to drain, that would drain the energy of like a young, healthy person, let alone a guy who's almost 80. So it's in all likelihood, his brain is going to be turned into mulch much faster than previously. Vosh, I have a 60-something-year-old boss that actually believes the Obama is actually in control BS thing. To be clear, the only reason you would believe Obama is actually in control is if you're extremely racist. There is literally no reason to believe, like nothing, not a single hook, not a single narrative thread to cling on to that would lead a person to fixate on that other than a pathological fear of black people. That's it. That's literally it. There's zero other explanation. It's very revealing. So, Vosh, it's a fact that stress can turn your brain into soup? Yeah, absolutely. Stress kills you. 100%. And he is stressed. I have a coworker that still won't shut up about Michelle Obama's penis. That's more than just racism. Racism is a part of that, but you have several issues if that's your conspiracy of choice. Also, is that not an HR case? If your coworker is like, did you know the former first lady is a big black cock? Is that not like an HR thing to go like? I feel like you could, whatever. Your work situation probably doesn't allow for it, and HR doesn't do anything good anyway. Whatever. How is HR going to prove she's trans? Going to HR. Hey, can you settle this dispute between me and my coworker? Okay, so he thinks, you won't believe this, he thinks that Michelle Obama's got a big black cock. Now, I need you to mediate on this because I don't think she does. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's very interesting, Benjamin Gilbert-Liff. Shut up, Anonymous. Anyway, I think if you guys remember what Trump's rallies looked like back in 2016 and even back in like 2020, you'll remember that if he's ever had anything, it's energy. And the clips that I saw from this recent, because I saw like multiple, I listened to it while doing chores the other day, and it's like not. It's mostly him just slurring and kind of like following his train of thought, you know? Like it's like lost the plot, half drunk behavior. And I think a lot of that is due to cognitive decline that's being exacerbated by his worsening situation. This is excellent for us, okay? Joe Biden stammers and slurs and loses the plot pretty often. However, reports even from the right seem to indicate that he's pretty on the ball behind the scenes. Like, he misspeaks a lot, but he's cogent, he's there, he's present. So I don't think he's fallen apart quite yet, even if he gaffes decently often while speaking. I don't know to what extent Donald Trump is being like sort of holding himself up behind the scenes, but I think that this is going to play increasingly to our favor as the stress mounts of his inability to pay off his debts and fees, losing the court case. He lost recently his business license in New York City because his lawyer fucked him over and asked for a bench trial rather than a jury trial, and now he's trying to appeal that, and he's losing a bunch of money, and they're pursuing a $250 million civil case against him, and you know, a lot of stuff like that. So, whew. That bench trial news was insane. Yeah, it's pretty funny. All right. Cenk made the news. Yeah, I saw. I don't think it's going to have that much of an effect. I never really thought that Biden's experiencing cognitive decline. Biden is like definitely old. He doesn't really act senile. He misspeaks a lot, and that is a problem if you're a presidential candidate or, you know, the president. But he does, yeah, he bumbles, but I don't remember him ever doing anything that indicates to me that he's actually like lost the train of thought. Does that make any sense? Like, people can be forgetful and misspeak, and that's one thing, and that's not great for a politician, of course, but that's one thing. But senility often involves like losing the plot of the conversation itself, where it's not just you've misspoken a few words or misplaced a sentence or something, but you've like drifted off of what's being talked about and sort of wandered off into a different thing, you know. And he doesn't have as much of an issue with that. I don't really think he does it, you know. Yeah, he has a speech impediment which exacerbates the stumbling. But again, stumbling and being forgetful are one thing, whereas the losing the plot is the other. Trump has been losing the plot. Yeah. I think only like 30% of older folks even get dementia. You know, one of the best ways to prevent yourself from developing dementia and Alzheimer's is to play video games. That's why Biden is okay. It's because he's a gamer, and Donald Trump isn't. Exercise too? Yes. Wait, really? Yes. The best way to keep yourself from like losing the plot as you grow older is just keep doing things. That's so not true, lol. No, it's true. Video game prevent dementia. Not prevent, but you know. Video games show potential in improving key aspects of memory in older adults from 2020. Well, that's memory. What about like Alzheimer's or dementia or whatever? Let me see. A new study confirms playing 3D video games for 30 minutes a day is effective against dementia in older adults. 3D only? Only 3D video games? Maybe that's like a spatial memory thing where like navigating a 3D space requires different parts of your brain than a 2D space. Imagine a guy like going plumb retarded because he plays like Hollow Knight or something, but then there's like an Overwatch gamer who's like 93 years old and his brain is still sharp as a razor. Fucking guy who like, you have all these like older people or whatever who are playing like fucking Hollow Knight or Castlevania or shit, and they've all lost it, and you have a guy who plays Fortnite and he's still doing great. Here we go. Connection between brain games and dementia prevention. Brain games. I think it works with video games generally. Significant improvement in working memory and executive function. The basic gist is like, if you want to avoid dementia or Alzheimer's or whatever, you have to have a purpose, and you have to be like working on mental problems to achieve that purpose. This is one of the reasons why like couples when they're old tend to die together, because a person's reason for living, if like they live for another person and that person dies, like their mind just does not put as much effort into keeping them alive. Whereas you'll have these like weird situations where there will be like an Italian like wine farmer who like has been doing backbreaking labor for 80 years, and they're 104 years old, and for some reason they can just hold like a perfect conversation. You know what I mean? Like, they're really fucking old, but they can engage with you like that, you know? You have to have the purpose, you have to want, there's things you have to do, and you have to use your brain to do those things. And if you can do that, you can usually ward off a lot of the effects of senility. Yeah, it's a use it or lose it situation, yeah. Did you know playing monkey ball can help surgeons with their hand steadiness during operations? Is that true? Interesting. Is that true, Salty Internet Pirate? If that's the case, I'm fucked. What is monkey ball? It's some games that came out in the GameCube. They're like, you rotate a platform to move the ball with the monkey in it. Simple games, but very fun. I hope I don't look like this when I'm old. I always kind of hoped that when I'm old, I'm going to look like, I don't know, pretty like beefy and rustic, I guess, that I would have a bit more of like a, you know, stocky look to me. This is like a very like lanky pencil neck kind of vibe, you know? You're going to look exactly the same? That's the hope. Do you plan to play Lies of P? I'm already playing it on my own. Chat ruins games for me, man. I got to play very specific games with you guys. I know for a fact that if I play a game with an air of mystery and you know, mystique, you guys are going to fucking ruin it. You don't have like the developed game senses of Joseph Anderson's chat where you're like patient, you know? Is it good? So far so good. Yeah. All right. Well, yeah, of course, Noos. All right. We're a bit off topic right now. Slightly off topic. Moving back to politics. Our least favorite subject. But tragically, one that we're heavily invested in. Hold on. We have to talk about the Harvard shit. Okay, you know how cancel culture isn't real? It actually is real. So there were a number of Harvard student groups that signed on to a letter which denounced Israel. I haven't read the letter myself. What did I say? Israel? Okay, nice. Thank you. You all distracted me from what I was saying. Are you proud of yourselves? Are you proud? You proud now? Some Harvard students in a variety of student groups signed on to letters which were, let's say, highly critical of Israel with regards to the recent conflict with Hamas and in Palestine. And as a consequence of this, there has been a protracted campaign to dox these students. Harvard student groups issue an anti-Israel statement. CEOs want them blacklisted. Billionaire hedge fund CEO Bill Ackman, one of the most powerful people in the world, thank you, and several other business leaders are demanding Harvard University to release the names of students whose organizations signed onto a letter blaming Israel for the deadly attacks by Hamas. Keep in mind, I blame Israel for the deadly attacks by Hamas, considering Israel has created the situation which causes this through decades of violation of international law and brutality against the Palestinian people. They have essentially guaranteed this outcome. Netanyahu, the nation's leader, has literally propped up Hamas because he knows that he benefits from Islamic fundamentalists representing Palestinian freedom. Anyway, the idea that you can be a part of a student group and you can sign on to a letter, and as a consequence, ultra-powerful billionaires try to dox you and blacklist you from work, is a chilling effect on free speech that is genuinely terrifying to think of. Vosh, wait, those names got released. Some of them did. As a matter of fact, HarvardHatesJews.com put up a truck billboard where they posted the names and faces of Harvard students that signed on to the letter and drove around. These black box redactions were not, of course, on the truck themselves, but rather added after the fact. So this is probably the most severe imaginable kind of cancel culture. I mean, we are talking about students, literally like 18, 19 years old, whatever, who, for their political opinions, are having their faces and names broadcast as widely with implicit threats of violence and blacklisting and what have you. It's genuinely disgusting, and the people who are participating in this are nightmarish and fascistic. This is essentially McCarthyism. First of all, the idea of like McCarthyite level free speech chilling being enacted over opinions on a Middle Eastern conflict is so fucking psychotic. At least McCarthy was fear-mongering over the threat of communists in our government. At least that nonsense fear-mongering tactic was oriented around domestic policy and the politicians elected to enact it, not over your opinions on a conflict 10,000 miles away. Like, does anyone else feel like this is actually more psychotic? Like, student groups, students having their faces put on trucks and driven around. There are websites where if you express pro-Palestinian positions, they will put you up there and you can be doxxed or blacklisted for it. Like they compile lists. This is functionally no different from what the anti-Semites did in Germany in the 1930s. The degree of deliberate targeting and public ostracization, from the naming, doxing, the broadcasting faces, the "this business is run by a Jew" posters that you saw people running around with, the underlying social tactics are identical. In this case, the power differential isn't quite the same, because obviously there isn't going to be a Holocaust committed against people who support Palestinians. The Holocaust will just be committed against the Palestinians. So it's displaced about 10,000 miles. But, you know, if you're over here in the West, you're probably not going to be sent to a death camp for being pro-Palestine. You'd have to be in Palestine to be sent to that death camp. The camp has already been built. They call it the Gaza Strip. You know, the extent to which this represents a chilling effect on free speech is like impossible to overstate. How exactly are people supposed to ever express any kind of pro-Palestinian opinion if it means that a legion of the world's worst humans throw you on a doxing site and like are calling around trying to get you blacklisted? It's not possible. It's ridiculous. The goal of this, of course, is to silence people for speaking the truth. If the cause for Israel's continued ethnic cleansing of the Palestinian people was so just, they would not need to threaten to blacklist people for disagreeing with it. It is a willful violation of the principles of free speech, which is funny considering that one of the main arguments that Zionists will use to defend their treatment of Palestinian people is that Israel is a liberal democracy, and the Palestinians do not themselves elect liberal Democrat leaders, while of course employing fascistic tactics to silence opposition. I mean, Texas literally makes teachers sign a pledge to Israel. It's insane. Yep. From the making BDS movements illegal, the conflation of any pro-Palestinian advocacy for anti-Semitism, the like signing allegiance to Israel. Oh yeah, we never talked about that, did we? Texas teachers sign pledge to Israel. Again, I want to remind everyone, none of this is being done by Jews. Jews have very little social power in the United States, besides making, I don't know, movies sometimes, I guess. This is overwhelmingly being done by Christian fundamentalist fascists who use Jews as a wedge, because in this country, the accusation of anti-Semitism is a severe one. It's a social prejudice we take seriously. It is weaponized extensively by evangelical Christians in the service of a Zionist cause, which they pursue for their own reasons. They do not care about Jews. The evangelical Christians in this country both work with and elect people who have direct ties to neo-Nazis. The idea that evangelical Christians are operating out of some kind of sincere desire to protect Jewish people is ludicrous and fundamentally flawed. They are doing it because they have their own interest in maintaining Jewish control of the Promised Land, and it's politically effective for them to do this. But yes, Noel King talks to Bahia Amawi, a Texas speech pathologist who lost her job after she refused to sign a contract that includes a pledge to not boycott Israel. Now she's suing. This was 5 years ago. I don't know what happened to the lawsuit. Vosh, you're largely correct, but I'm Jewish, and I can tell you I know Jews who are absolutely this radical on free speech and BDS. It's not a negligible part of the push. That's true, but keep in mind, those fascistic Jews might be part of the push, but without the evangelical Christians, they would be powerless. Jews have very little independent political power in this country, and you know that because the majority of American Jews vote Democrat, and for some reason, the broader political power of Jews never seems to be pushed in line with Democrat interests, only with ludicrous, like, far-right-backed Zionist interest. So the fascistic Jews might be like a convenient ally on these issues, but they are not the weight of power. They are not the fulcrum. They aren't the mechanism that is delivering this behavior, you know, or these policies. Vosh, I've taken a screenshot of HarvardHatesJews.com and I've taken out the names. Ah, yes, from Accuracy in Media, definitely. The names Accuracy in Media has been able to independently confirm are listed below. And then here are a bunch of people at Harvard. Each and every one of these students should be expelled and their student organization should be kicked off campus. Super cool. Super great. Curiously, it's all minority groups. African American Resistance Org, Harvard Muslim Law School Association, Harvard Undergraduate Palestine Solidarity Committee. Curiously, all the people they're going after are blacks and Muslims. What a remarkable coincidence that these extremely sincere advocates for the rights of Semites are just coincidentally, you know, sorry, it's very grim. Like and subscribe. All right. Hold on. One moment. Okay. Republicans have settled on nominating their preferred candidate for the new House Speaker. It's a doozy, folks. Many people called this Representative Steve Scalise. What's up?
Along Capitol Hill, still no Speaker of the House. Republicans settled on a nominee, Majority Leader Steve Scalise, during a party meeting last night. But they have not been able to secure enough votes for Scalise to get the gavel.
Yeah, I can sort of put this forward like before anything else and just say this is a guy who described himself as David Duke without the baggage. David Duke, the Klan leader.
ABC's Liz Landers has the latest.
The House of Representatives is still without a speaker as the process drags on for more than a week and the business of the chamber has been paralyzed without a leader. Republicans did finally nominate Majority Leader Steve Scalise for the role, beating out Judiciary Chairman Jim Jordan.
But otherwise he's cool, right? Yeah, otherwise he's cool.
113 to 99 votes in a secret ballot vote. Jordan now backing his brief rival.
I think it's important we come together, and I've offered to nominate Steve on the House floor.
But there are still holdouts like Representative Max Miller.
I'm still supporting Jim Jordan for Speaker. Thank you for your time.
By ABC News' count, at least 10 Republicans are not backing Scalise.
How many times do I have to answer the same question? Yes, I plan to support Kevin McCarthy. Yes.
He can only afford to lose 4 votes, or he will not reach the 217 votes needed to be elected Speaker. In the meantime, no new legislation can be introduced or passed without someone in the Speaker's chair, a fact that is holding up potential aid for Israel or Ukraine or a government funding bill. The White House waiting on...
Yeah, we don't need the particulars. So, it's... so, Steve Scalise, you know, we cannot know the depths and details of the inner cloisters of his mind, of course. What I do know is that if you go to his Wikipedia page and you go down to other events here at the bottom, you get to learn all about the speech at a white nationalist convention And this was before the alt-right even existed. So back then, white nationalist conventions weren't just incidental right-wing orgs that happened to be led by some guy who happened to be friends with the... No. You had to try to go and find your white nationalist orgs. Scalise was a speaker at the Convention for European American Unity and Rights Organization, or Euro, very clever, a group founded by David Duke. Who is David Duke, you might ask? We've talked about David Duke before, right? Former Grand Wizard of the Knights of the Ku Klux Klan. Also nearly won the gubernatorial election in Louisiana, if I remember correctly. That's the kind of people Republicans are. Scalise confirmed that he had spoken at the Euro conference in 2002 and stated at the time he did not know, quote, of the racist nature of the group. Scalise said he spoke about state tax legislation and that Euro was one of the many groups I spoke to regarding this critical legislation. After Scalise's attendance at the conference was publicized in 2014, journalist Stephanie Grace alleged that Scalise had once called himself, quote, David Duke without the baggage. So we only have a journalist's word to go off of here, but I have no reason not to believe them. I'm sorry. What does that mean? David Duke without the baggage means I have the politics of David Duke, but I'm not the former Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan. Quoteth, that link doesn't work, but make it work. He's got some baggage. Latest rumors indicate Scalise is already cooked. This link also doesn't work. It's a blue sky. Don't give me a blue sky link. Are you insane? Trump has endorsed Jim Jordan for House Speaker. Are you fucking kidding me? Thanks, Trump. Oh, wait. This is from October 6th. This is prior to the vote. Shut up. Though the fact that they would settle on a candidate other than the one Trump endorsed is interesting. Is Jim Jordan a better alternative? One thing at a time. So obviously what's happening here is that after Democrats, every single one of them in the House, voted to oust Kevin McCarthy, even though only a few Republicans wanted to, Republicans now have to be incredibly careful about who they nominate, because Democrats have the ability to decide who actually gets the speaker role if there is any division within the Republican House members. So if, for example, they go out there and they vote, and there's like 200 votes for one guy and 10 votes for another, Democrats are the ones who get to decide which of them actually makes it through, or none of them. So they have to be careful that there's no infighting, no division. Now, some people are saying that Steve Scalise is already cooked. What evidence is there of that? Multiple people have said this, but I haven't seen any link to indicate it. It seemed they deleted it, but here's him being cooked. Steve Scalise does not appear to have votes to become speaker as GOP remains divided. Several GOP House members are insisting they'll still vote for Jordan on the House floor. Would Democrats want to intercede to vote for Jim Jordan, the chaos ticket? How bad is Jim Jordan? The guy who Donald Trump nominated, or endorsed, sorry. He can't be good. Democrats are voting for Hakeem right now. Sure, but Hakeem won't win unless they get a couple of Republican votes, which they won't. He covered up rape. Gotcha. Oh, this guy. Oh, this fucking guy. Yeah, this is famous. Yeah, there were coaches. This is the pedo defender. Yeah, the pedophile enabler. The coaches were sexually abusing the children, and he was like, well, university, I guess, not children necessarily, right? How old were they? Whatever, it doesn't matter. It's sexual abuse anyway. And he, like, enabled it. That's right. Man, isn't it great, like, looking through Republican politicians? Like, if you look through Democrat politicians, it's like, oh, this person was like a community organizer. This guy was like a local business entrepreneur before he got into politics. And then you look in Republicans and it's like, okay, so this is the guy who was friends with David Duke. This is the this is the guy who enabled the rape of children. Wasn't it a middle school? Oh, was it? Why do Americans vote for the worst kind of people? No, it's Republicans. Please. Again, this is, I do not buy the both sides bullshit, okay? The Republicans as an institution are evil. The voters may be at their best deluded, but they vote evil people in. You have to be evil to be a Republican. You don't get to be evil otherwise. Or sorry, you don't get to be a Republican otherwise. You have to be evil. More Scalise being cooked. MTG not looking to vote for him.
Pressure happening, you know, real, this is the truth, is when you're in a tight game and there's a lot of pressure happening, you don't put an injured player or a sick player on the field. That's not the right thing to do for that player, and it's not the right thing to do for the team. And Steve Scalise's district elected him, and if we elect a speaker, we elect a speaker, not his staff. And that's the reality, and I think that's very important. It's hard to talk about, but it's an
Remember, Scalise has cancer. Is that true? I didn't know that. Oh, late August this year, he announced he had been diagnosed with multiple myeloma. He said the cancer was detected early and very treatable. Oh, he's probably fine. Yeah. He has, keep in mind, he has the best healthcare in the world.
An important reality, and I say that as a person that am concerned about the President of the United States probably having dementia. I say that concerned about an 80-year-old Democrat leader in the Senate. I say that concerned about the Republican minority leader in the Senate that looks like he has many strokes on camera. I say that about any office holder. They need to be at their best and they need to be at their strongest. And I say that in the greatest respect for Steve Scalise.
All right, well, I guess they're not going to be able to cobble the votes together. We'll see. Scalise is done. Trump openly says not to go with him. This better not be an old link. Okay, it's not old. Donald Trump joins MTG in attacking Steve Scalise, saying his diagnosis makes him unfit to be speaker. Okay, unless they know something that I don't, it doesn't seem like there's any reason to believe that his cancer is that concerning. But okay. So whatever. If Donald Trump is continuing the attack, then I doubt this guy is going to be able to win. God, look at this. Good. Jordan and Scalise both voted to overturn the 2020 election. Yes, there are no moderate Republicans that are on the field right now. I guess we'll see. It might yet be a while before there's any, like, real Republican success in putting forward a candidate to vote on. I don't know. What's the probability of McCarthy making a comeback? 0. 0. None. Nil. Word on the street here in D.C. is that GOP is working with Dems to get Jeffries elected. Bullshit. There's no way. There's no way they'd be able to get the, what, 6 votes necessary? No way. I mean, that'd be cool. That would make a lot of people really angry. I think it's only 5. Is it 5? I forget the exact. Yeah, it might be 5. That would be pretty fun. 5 and they already have 1. Who's the 1? Who is the Republican who has said that they would be willing to vote for Hakeem Jeffries? Me? One guy. I think they screwed up so bad Hakeem Jeffries has a chance out of desperation. That would be like a protest vote from some Republicans. There's a vacancy, so only 217 needed right now. Given that the vote for Speaker was supposed to be yesterday, it seems much more realistic for 5 Republican members in Biden districts to vote Jeffries than it is for Mr. quote David Duke without the baggage end quote to flip 107 people in overtime. Okay, so Scalise is probably completely cooked, which is good. I don't want David Duke without the baggage to be House Speaker. I don't want that, you know? So who's up next? I really do not think they're going to get 5 flips. Okay, to be clear, any House Republican that votes for Hakeem Jeffries is going to be placed at the top of the list of every fucking would-be shooter and manifesto writer in this country. Okay? If they publicly cast a vote for Hakeem Jeffries, 1,000 men in their fucking prepper bunkers are going to be scribbling their name out in ink at the top of their list. How much do you think Dems would try to concede to get votes for Jeffries? I don't think that Dems are going to concede it at all. I think it would make the Dems look kind of weak to try to concede anything for that. I think that in all likelihood, it's just something they're crossing their fingers for. See if there are enough chaos candidates. If Schwarzenegger still does identify as Republican, is it complacency, ignorance, or stubbornness? Probably stubbornness. The Schwarzenegger hasn't done like anything in line with the interests of the Republican Party for many years. Every time Arnold Schwarzenegger says anything publicly, like he said stuff with regards to like the Ukraine war, like the importance of defending Ukraine. He talked about like how bad the Nazis are. Like every time he speaks, he says something that Democrats would want him to say. Like, you know, I'm not saying he's like a perfect progressive or whatever. I'm just saying if you were to like assign his political allegiance right now, today, he would be a Democrat. You know, he's tough to go after. Pro-vaccine as well. Jesus, STL. Did you just make this? This is rough. Another citizen of Innsmouth, you know? We don't take kindly to strangers around here. Matt Gaetz proposed working with Democrats on some actually good things. Yeah, Matt Gaetz has always been weirdly willing to look and act conciliatory with the Dems, despite being like a lunatic far-righter and child sex trafficker. For some reason, why does he want to do this? It's possible that he's being insincere about it, but I don't think there's much harm in playing that game. Performative? It's probably largely performative, but it doesn't really benefit them. Like, it doesn't hurt the Dems for him to be performatively bipartisan. He wants to appeal to the populist right. Yeah, what specific issues here? The power to ban money, big money in politics, ban stock trading. Okay, I don't know if I saw this on stream or if I saw this in a YouTube video or I saw this in an article, but I agree with it completely. I don't even know if I saw this on stream, where it's like the modern day Republican politician isn't even a politician. They're like a content creator or an influencer who uses their political title as a way of fronting their personal interests. That like every Republican politician, the modern ones, the like rising MAGA stars or whatever, are just doing their own thing under a loose coalition of Republicans and aren't operating as like consistent ideological advocates for the party, you know? So like if Matt Gaetz or Boebert or MTG or whatever has like their own bit that they want to do, it's probably going to be in line with the GOP, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to like consistently advocate in favor of their broader interests. You know, didn't you say that like 4 streams ago? I don't know, maybe. I think that's probably something that could be exploited pretty effectively by the Dems, because the Dems aren't like that. Like AOC might have a pretty strong cult of personality independently, but she doesn't act on it in a way that is to the detriment of the Dems broadly. Whereas with the GOP, like if Matt Gaetz wants to, like, I don't know, LARP as a populist with behavior like this to the detriment of his own party, then, like, sure, fuck it, let him, you know? That was a tweet because a politician had an A symbol on her shirt for attention. Oh, find me that tweet. Please find me that tweet. I have it in my heart and mind. Find me that tweet. The one where that one bitch had the A on her shirt and then, oh, man. Please find me that tweet. I don't know if I'll be able to find it. It's up to chat. Nancy Mace. Yeah, it was Nancy Mace. But I'm thinking about the tweet about it specifically. The tweet that quote tweeted it specifically. What did Nancy Mace do again that led to her doing that embarrassing LARPing? Found it? No. It's the quote tweet of it that I'm referring to that talks about Republicans just doing their own, like, their own content creator thing and not even, like, playing in the ball game broadly. No, it's the quote tweet that talks about that. Also, what is she even doing this for again? She was chastised by the GOP in their closed-door meeting. She said she felt attacked. God, it's so fucking embarrassing. Is this it? Okay, this isn't what I'm thinking of, but it has the same basic point. A few weeks ago, I was at the Capitol meeting with Congress members to discuss the government shutdown, and Rep. Laura Underwood said to me, some people come here to work and others come here to have a Fox News show when they leave, and I think about that. And that is so fucking true. That is so fucking true. It is so clear which politicians are there to actually be politicians and which of them are just using it as a springboard for their book or their pundit show or whatever else. Yeah, like Tulsi Gabbard, perfect example, Tulsi Gabbard, you know? She's doing it as well, like it's all for the clicks, it's all for the attention. Marjorie Taylor Greene does this, Lauren Boebert does this. Matt Gaetz does this. Here we go. This is the one I saw. Thank you. I'm telling you, the modern GOP is not a series of politicians trying to govern and help solve problems to improve lives. These are political influencers hoping to get attention so they can accumulate more money and power. Yes, there we go. Okay, yes, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, team. We work together here. Thank you. What is a Scarlet Letter? It is a reference to The Scarlet Letter, which is a book about a woman being branded with an A because she was an adulterer, but in this case, it's just a bitch looking for attention. Okay. All right. This is good. This is the first stream that I've had in a while that I didn't spend 2 hours, like, incoherently arguing with chat. This is really good. What is this? Ooh. Never thought I'd say this, but here I am. Tulsi Gabbard is a grifter. Or wait, Tucker Carlson is a grifter. Sorry. Man, I want Adderall.
And Tucker, by the way, then continued along these lines. He did an interview with Vivek Ramaswamy, and he likened what just happened in Israel, the kidnapping of women and their rape. I mean, he's showing video of this happening, like as he's talking about this. He compared that to drug overdose deaths in the United States. Now, I believe we should fully care about the 100,000 drug overdose deaths that happen in the United States. These are two completely different issues. To go this far afield to link the issues, the only reason you're doing this is because you wish to downplay the atrocity that just happened in Israel.
Maybe I should be watching more Ben Shapiro content, because I think that Ben Shapiro is a smart guy who doesn't care about a lot of the stuff he talks about because he's basically just given material by his producers. But there is one thing he actually does care about, and it's personally raping and killing every single Palestinian. So, like, I feel like we're on like a rare bent here where there's potential for genuine passion from our boy here. You know, something he actually cares about. Why does he have a drawn-on beard? That's a good question.
You're not upplaying the atrocity of what's happening on America's streets. Those are two different types of atrocities. People who are addicted to fentanyl, sticking needles in their arms and overdosing is a moral blight. It is a moral atrocity and a moral evil for people to kidnap women, rape them, and drag them back to the Gaza border. Those are not the same thing. And Tucker knows that. But this is a cheap...
I wish he would show the clip from Tucker Carlson.
...cheap way of telling you not to look. Don't look. Stop caring. Because after all, what does it matter? What does it matter? Now, again, I don't know who thinks that that's a sophisticated point of view, especially when nobody is calling for America to go to war with Iran. The entire purpose of having an air...
Oh, wait, hold on, okay? There are people who call for that. Maybe he played the Tucker clip before this clip started. I don't really care. I'd look at whatever Tucker said, but yeah. Tucker is probably in a rough position because Tucker Carlson has to project the like American strength stuff. But on the other hand, Tucker Carlson is aware of the fact that ever since losing his position on Fox News, the main people who care about him, like really care about him, are Nazis. He had a Nazi lead writer for like 5 years. He like dog whistles JQ shit pretty often in his bits, at least the ones that I've seen. So like if you have an audience that is like that, you can't really go hardline pro-Israel. No, Vosh, keep playing. It's too late. I'm already bored. Guess Ben's just not that interesting. The Tucker part? Oh no, don't drag me back in. Don't drag me back in. God.
But
oh, sure you do.
The
you sound very outraged.
The outrage among Republican presidential candidates was so much more intense. One of them took to a bullhorn and started yelling about it. I get it, but no one would think to do that.
Wait, is Tucker Carlson saying why are American politicians feigning more dismay at like 1,000 Israelis being killed than 100,000 Americans a year dying to drug overdose? Fuck, guys, I hate to say it, but yeah, that's true. Yeah, Tucker Carlson has that one down. Wow, why do we fearmonger and like fucking rally fervor so much over a problem that Israel caused to its own citizens, which claims infinitely fewer lives than many, many, many other issues? That's a great question. Yeah, whatever. I don't really care. I'm not here to give Tucker dubs. The only reason he's saying this is because he has an anti-Semitic audience. It's not because he actually principally cares about drug overdoses in America. I can't read the article because Forbes is piece of shit, but Trump's NDAs scrapped hundreds of 2016 campaign staffers can now publicly criticize him. The NDAs have expired, and people who worked in his 2016 campaign can now say what they want about him. Maybe we'll get something juicy out of that. Let's see. As of 1 hour ago, Scalise failed to move the needle after a 2+ hour meeting. Now he's meeting with holdouts and the others in office. Serious doubts about a floor vote today tomorrow. Members starting to talk Plan B. Say may need new to draft candidate or grant more power to McHenry. Are you guys ready for the actual outcome to take place? The Republicans aren't able to get together enough votes for a House candidate they can win with. So we just don't have a House leader, and we have to deal with the debt ceiling with no House leader, the Speaker. Isn't that going to be great? Isn't Tucker basically doing the Nazi isolationism thing? Tucker Carlson goes online every day and determines what his next segment is going to be about by reading Shoe on Head's Twitter and thinking, how can I cultivate my statements appropriately to properly accommodate the interests of this young woman? I need to pee really quick. I'll be right back. We need to talk about George Santos, and we also need to talk about the Finland-Estonia gas pipeline, and we also need to talk about Peach's fat elephant ass. Yeah, I'll hit the ad button. What color are those shorts? Mustard yellow with white stripes, I guess. Yeah, isn't this super cute? I can't wait for Super Mario Bros. Wonder to come out. It's been a while since I've been excited for, like, a Mario game, because most of them are shit. This is cute as hell. This is cute as hell. Hell yes. Bowser wants that. Look at how excited he is. He wants that fat elephant, Dumpy. Loves fat ass. Yeah, he likes him big, likes him plumpy. Oh, that's actually really cute. It is really cute, yeah. NATO vows to respond if Finland-Estonia gas pipeline damage is deliberate. Whoo boy. Okay, so hold on. So as I'm sure you guys are aware, the relationship that the West has had with Russia, particularly in the context of the war with Ukraine, has been largely contextualized by oil and gas pipelines. We get a lot of oil and a lot of natural gas from Russia, or at least we did. We had the Nord Stream pipeline. You know, we a lot going on over there. A lot of stuff being transmitted. And now that those lines are broken, Russia has a geopolitical interest in cutting off the internal movement of oil and natural gas. So, for those of you who don't know where things are, it's right over here. Oh wait, actually, hold on. This Reuters video has it in the little 2-minute blurb. We're gonna play that video and we're gonna learn.
NATO has vowed to respond if damage to a European pipeline turns out to be the result of sabotage.
Uh-oh.
The Baltic connector carries gas and telecom links between Finland and Estonia.
So, let me just make sure everyone is on the same page. Here we go. So, Finland is in Europe. Estonia is in Europe. But you might notice that there's actually no way to get anything across the two from Helsinki to Tallinn, which coincidentally, by the way, are right across from each other. Isn't that an interesting little geopolitical coincidence? Obviously, Finland has a lot of natural resources, and if they want to move it down, the most obvious way for them to do it would be to move it down into the Baltic states via a pipeline. That is the pipeline that has been destroyed. Almost certainly deliberate sabotage. Realistically, this would just be more sanctions and shit. Well, NATO doesn't do sanctions. It's actually natural gas coming up from Baltics. Oh, am I incorrect? It's actually natural gas coming up to Finland? Oh, interesting. Well, the principle remains the same in both cases. Here.
Damage to the line was confirmed earlier this week after Finland's gas grid noted a drop in gas pressure.
Yep.
A probe is ongoing, but authorities in Helsinki say the damage was probably the result of outside activity. The news comes just over a year after the Nord Stream pipeline in the Baltic was destroyed by explosion.
Potentially an extremely serious crime. Finland is a very, very, very cold country, and it relies heavily on natural gas to warm its many houses. Keep in mind, an absence of natural gas in winter in Finland, and we are entering winter, is a life or death situation. It's not like this is economically inconvenient. It's very important that they get their natural gas. So potentially a big crime, you know? Finland also has a very specific relationship with Russia that is complicated. It is complicated, but Finland's recent behavior has obviously been more NATO-leaning because they joined NATO. So, you know, regardless of the complexities of their relationship broadly, the recent lean has been towards us. And Finland has several reasons to dislike Russia. You know, there's some wacky conflict there. You know, that whole when the snowy trees start speaking Finnish meme. You know, the sniper 800 kills, whatever.
Russia and Western capitals have since traded accusations over who was behind the blasts. On Wednesday, NATO chief Jens Stoltenberg said the alliance would act if sabotage was proven in the new incident.
If it is proven that this is a deliberate attack on allies' critical...
Finland mostly uses its natural gas for industry. Heating is not done by gas. Wait, how do you heat? Wait, don't tell me the average Finnish home uses wood burning. There's no way you all have electrical... It's wood? Oh my god. Of course it would be. You Finn fucks. You stupid fucking pointy toboggan hat wearing dumbass fucking not even a real country ass motherfuckers. Jesus Christ. Wood. Honestly. Jesus. I'm going to look it up. How do people heat homes in Finland? District heating is very common in urban areas. Heat is transferred through pipes to buildings across the city. Heat? Wait, like hot air? Like, you're not transferring the natural gas to burn at your furnace. You're transferring hot air? Hot water? Isn't that inefficient? We don't transfer hot water in the United States. We transfer water and we have a local heater do it. Why would you not have a local heater? Yes, we do in New York City. Really? Huh. All right. It's probably logistically simpler to maintain. Oh, no, I don't have an issue with district heating in concept. When I think of like housing in Finland, I think of like every home is 20 feet away from the other home in the urban areas, and in the rural areas, you all have one like forested mountaintop to yourselves. I guess I'm just imagining like district heating is like, oh yeah, we've connected the district together, and we have these pipes running to all 5 houses within the kilometer square. I don't know. Everyone is German in Europe. Yeah, why not? Well, would you rather me do a Russian accent? Also, that wasn't German, that was Swedish.
Undersea infrastructure, this would be a very serious incident, and it will be met by a united and determined response from NATO.
Finland is now checking the movement of vessels near the site at the time of the incident. It's also examining the...
Okay, can we, regardless of my complete fucking ignorance of Finland and everything about it, can we at least acknowledge that if Russia did blow this pipeline, it would be a huge deal? That would be really bad. Considering Finland is the newest member of NATO, and the fact that Finland is geographically isolated from mainland Europe, except through Russia.
Seabed. Investigators haven't ruled out accidental damage by a ship's...
But do you condemn Hamas? Hamas did this, yeah. It is possible that it's not deliberate sabotage.
Anchor. But Norwegian seismologist Anne Stroman-Licker says there is evidence of an explosion registering about 1 on the Richter scale.
Oh.
We haven't had time to work enough with the signal now to definitely say it was explosives, but we think so. The smaller explosions in the Nord Stream series of explosions were on the size with this one.
The Baltic Connector pipeline and telecoms cables run parallel, but some distance apart. Yet Finnish investigators say they were damaged within the same time frame. Norway and other neighbouring countries have moved to tighten security at offshore facilities since the incident.
Yeah, well, was this just retaliation for the Nord Stream? We still don't really know what happened with the Nord Stream pipeline. I guess the most logical explanation is that it was probably done by some Western power. That's like a reasonable guess. But it's one of those things where it's like, oh, well, what if it was a false flag? Like, oh, maybe Russia blew the pipeline, or maybe it was Poland because Poland wanted people to be mad at Russia, so they would do Article 5 or whatever. Like, there's a million ways to go about it. I don't really know. Was it Hamas? It could have been Hamas. You know, screaming Allahu Akbar through bubbles as they charge down into the inky depths of the water to decapitate the pipeline. Does Article 5 really have any teeth? Article 5 has all the teeth, actually. Article 5 has many teeth. So we got to be careful with that. We'll see, I suppose. I don't think Article 5 will be declared even if it is found Russia did this. Yeah, I agree with that. I don't think that the West would wage nuclear war as retaliation for a burst pipeline. But I don't really know what they would do. With NATO involvement, it's pretty much nuclear war or nothing when it comes to Russia, so... There we go. Now all is right with the world. What do you think it would take to declare Article 5? A real invocation of Article 5 would probably happen only if Russia started making deliberate strikes into, like, the Baltics or Poland or whatever, or, like, ground invasion. It would have to be, like, an actual declaration of war and invasion. And if that did happen, like, the retaliation would probably be pretty immediate, I'm guessing. Like, again, obviously, I don't know, like, the most advanced military secrets on Earth, but I'm guessing that if, my guess is that for the entire duration of this war, we've probably had spies and operatives in Russia, and we've probably been collecting a bunch of intel on them from satellites and drones and shit. And if ever anything like that happened, the goal, I don't know if they'd succeed, but the goal from the West would be like 24-hour media blackout from the Kremlin. And then when the blackout ends, mysteriously, Putin is sick and went to a farm upstate to recover. And also, coincidentally, every nuclear silo and nuclear submarine all had an accident at once. That's the goal. I don't know if they can actually do that, but that's probably what they would want to do. Like, try to cut the head off, basically. Like Hamas, with a baby, before the nukes start flying. Do you condemn that, though? Yeah. All right. AOC, what are you up to? AOC has been doing a really good job lately. Leftovers is live. Hassan v. Ethan lol. Are they fighting?
All the horrible things that the IDF does. After I saw you say this, I was quite shocked because I hadn't heard that. And in my research, looking for it.
I have to pee.
Go ahead, I'll wait for you. No, well, I'll
flawless
wait for you.
debate tactic. Insurmountable.
Go ahead, I'll wait. I'll talk to Dan.
Hey, what's up? Can we talk about the Taylor Swift movie yet? Because we're 3.5 hours in. I feel like we're running out of time. We're not going to get to it.
Oh, it's a movie.
It's a lot more than just a movie. You're
Dude,
underselling.
are you
kidding me?
Did you not read the write-up I sent you last night?
It's an experience of a lifetime.
Eras.
I sent you a 13-page document that I spent all night on this morning, and you didn't even look at it, did you?
Is it in IMAX 4D?
God, I'm not answering that for you.
He
you do your
didn't
own.
read it.
You
Now
figure
you're
it
really
out.
screwed.
The overwhelming amount of media in the opposite direction that is the regular everyday
just to be
media
clear,
coverage.
we did spend the first 2.5 hours doing just that.
No, I know. I know. But we talked more so about the real issues on the ground.
Had seen this coming. Every Israeli official said it was a complete surprise. And I think we have to sit with that, because as of just a couple days ago, they said that surprise wasn't possible. They said we control every inch of Palestine.
No, they don't!
They said we have walls, we have cameras, yes, we have traitors too, and there's nothing they can do that we won't see of what we do. They were so arrogant. But just less than 24 hours ago on the land, from the sea, and from the air, the people of the Gaza Strip our people from Gaza, our young people are riding their bikes through these settlements where they were told they could never go because of apartheid. Our farmers.
Ethan pulled up that second thought clip with Akeem earlier saying settlers don't equal civilians, and Hassan would have had to defend them, right? Yeah. It's pretty stupid.
The farmers of Gaza.
I don't think he condemns Hamas, though. Guys! I don't think this guy condemns Hamas. Mods!
They say that they can't even have tractors. They say that's terrorist equipment. Well, unfortunately for them, the tractors of these various so-called kibbutz settlements have been liberated and taken back to the farms.
I mean, that's insane, right?
I don't even. Yeah. Okay. Like.
Okay.
I don't.
I'm just criticizing people. You don't have to comment if you're not comfortable about it.
Okay. I mean, I have no.
I mean, he was just like, I don't like this shit.
Okay.
It bothers me.
I understand why. I understand
He
why you
goes,
don't like
the
it.
electrified hang gliding heroes flew in and killed a bunch of hipsters partying. They were having so much fun at the party till these fucking heroes showed up and mass murdered everyone. Oh, and we liberated the kibbutz, by the way. Everyone's cheering. We liberated the kibbutz, a.k.a. beheading babies.
I will once again present to you the same exact question. If this rally was not held and if he had not said those things that I do not agree with, do you think that there would be a difference in the analysis and the way that Palestinian people are treated? Do you think that there would be a difference in the bombing campaign that's going on? Or do you think that this is, once again, the violent sentiment of...
Hassan is mostly correct here. Like, we have every reason to believe that whether or not people condemn or don't condemn Hamas, it's not going to make Israel any less fucking brutal, right? Like, I agree that Israel should not conflate Hamas with Palestinian liberation, but let's not pretend that if everyone acted super duper good and nice and we all condemned Hamas and we were all perfect and we were all like me in our response or whatever, that Israel and the whole world would be like, oh, well, now that we see that you don't conflate Hamas and Palestinian liberation, we're actually gonna embargo Israel and get them to lay off on the Palestinian people. That is bullshit. It's one of those overfixation things, right? Like, I agree that the condoning of Hamas is bad, but let's not pretend that condoning is like institutionally powerful. Does that make sense? Like, don't do the overfixation thing where you turn into one of those losers who acts like, oh, if only the left had perfect optics, then everything would be good. And because they don't, that's the problem. And now I'm going to spend all my time fixating on this. You know, that's why I said, like, the subreddit has to chill out too. Like, yes, you can point out that the lefties are bad on this, but the people suffering here are not suffering because of bad lefty takes. They're suffering because of Israel, you know? So far, Hassan hasn't said anything wrong. Yeah, Demon Mama, I haven't seen Hassan say anything incorrect yet, though, like, maybe he has. He gets along with the Second Thought, Yogopnik, Hakeem Deprogram podcast thing, and that podcast is pretty bad, so maybe he defends them at some point, but I don't really know.
Those who are siding with the oppressed, that is ultimately utterly and entirely inconsequential.
I'll tell you this.
Because
I know
all
that's
this
fucking
does,
evil.
all this does.
I know that.
All this does,
and I have no problem to say it.
All this does is to serve a singular purpose, and that purpose I do not believe you are on board with. But that purpose is cynical. When people go, look at these guys, they're all violent. That is, by design, what mainstream media in America is doing when they constantly, exclusively cover the Palestinian side.
All right.
Here's his take on this, and
there we go.
Let's listen.
Thank you very much. He says, did the Palestinians actually take civilian hostage, or is that fake news? I don't care.
Yeah, the occupiers are not civilian.
First of all, just straight off the bat,
the person that's talking is Hakim. He is a doctor in Iraq, and a
genocider of Kurdish people. Yes,
of course. Just to put this into a decent frame of reference for those who are unfamiliar, I think he will probably have a much more ruthless position on the matter, considering how he feels about American forces and what they've done to his
This
home
I'm pretty sure
family.
is all Second Thought.
No, the one who said...
No, I know.
Yeah.
Here.
Thank you very much. He says, did the Palestinians actually take civilian hostage, or is that fake news?
So wait, who's talking there?
That's Hakim.
Okay, so
they should have it, if they're doing a live thing, they should have it so their mics activate a little voice bubble over them, right? Because they're doing like a live stream where they're like the drawings, so they should have it so when his mic activates, there's like a little beep, and then when his, there's like a beep. That'd be cool.
So Second Thought's the one who says, I don't care, and laughs.
Wait, say it.
I don't care.
This
No,
guy.
that's Hakim.
The guy with the accent.
Yeah, that's Hakim. Second Thought is an American.
So Second Thought is the guy who's asking the question.
No, Hakim is the one who read it. He's reading it from chat. It's a super chat.
Did the Palestinians actually take civilian hostage, or is that fake news? I don't care.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, he agrees with him, so let's just fucking listen
go
to
on.
the clip.
The occupiers are not civilians. That is what it comes down to. Like, if imagine, like if
Sorry, go on.
Germany, let's say Germany to be non-controversial.
That's him, right?
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Controversial.
And not that it matters.
invaded the United States, and they said, you know what, Cincinnati, Ohio is our ancestral home, and you know everyone knows that's blatantly false. But they take your home, they murder your grandma,
What's up, Harris?
they bulldoze like your neighbor's house. Are those people civilians there? No, they're occupiers, and those are criminals. That is, there are no civilians there. In the
So according to Second Thought.
So again, obviously, being a settler or being a participant in a settler colonial project does not make you a militant, and it doesn't make you a criminal. That is not what those words means. It makes you a settler. You know, I feel, again, it's like that terminological thing where people keep falling into this pit, and people do this time and time again, where they feel like the purpose of many of these terms is to carry moral weight. So if they want to describe something having a bunch of moral weight, they just throw more terms on top of it. It's the same mental disease that leads a lot of lefties when they're making a criticism of doing this, like, I think this person is a problematic, trans-misogynistic, transphobic, where they like layer more shit on top of as if they think they're trying to rack up like a multiplier combo, and it doesn't like add to the description or the meaning. It takes away from the meaning, you know?
He says that every Israeli is an occupier, and there are no citizens there. In response to decapitating babies, which I can now say.
There are two different schools of thought here. So The first is
and the take in the comments is based.
Yeah, of course. The 1948ers.
I'll just be here. Whatever.
Believe that there's two different schools of thought within, I would say, anti-Zionism.
Total hypothetical. Would Jews escaping a concentration camp be wrong and murdering a bunch of German citizens? Well, hold on. That depends massively on the context. If they break out of a concentration camp and German citizens try to stop them, yes, they can do whatever they want. Like in their effort to escape or whatever, like they're trying to like get out of the area or like escape to some neighboring country, and citizens are trying to, like civilians are trying to stop them. Yeah, that's self-defense, baby. If they get stopped, they get killed. They can do whatever they want on the way out. But if they escape and then like vindictively out of revenge start killing civilians, then no, of course that's bad. You may argue that like the civilians are still morally culpable. Yeah, but like if we're doing that, we got to do it through trials. You know, we can't do like the infinite circle of vengeance where it's just like people have like carte blanche permission to just murder because they're like associated with or adjacent to the cause. You don't know directly. You can't know personally. But if they try to stop you, then that's self-defense, yeah.
Those who believe that all matter of settlements that were propped up even in the inception of the Israeli nation state are...
If someone sees them, would it be morally right to kill them so they can't go to the police? I don't know. At this point, we're getting into like granulars, right? At this point, we're getting like increasingly morally dicey. I guess my default would be if you are a Jew who broke out of a concentration camp and you're like freaking out and just doing whatever you can to survive, and then on the way you like killed a guy because he saw you and you wanted to shut him up. I don't know if I have it in my heart to denounce that, because like fuck, man. Like can you put yourself in the mind state of a Jew who just broke out of a concentration camp and is trying to escape? You are in like the most fucked possible, you are in like the most hostile territory conceivable, you know? Like so my default here would be like, there's no morally clean direction, but I'm gonna be really fucking sympathetic to anyone in that spot, you know? It's the same reason why, like, in the Haitian Revolution, the Haitian revolutionaries killed a lot of innocent people while they were, like, breaking free of their chains to take the island, and I don't really morally condemn that. What I do morally condemn is after the revolution had won, they had mixed-race slaves go door to door, killing white families who had already been captured as a way of proving their loyalty to the black revolutionaries over the white slave owners. That's what I morally condemn. Because, like, in that case, the violence has taken place after the context where it can be used in, like, a self-defensive manner. But I still defend the overall revolution because, honestly, like, really messed up shit like that happens in revolutionary conditions. And you can condemn the messed up behavior without condemning the broader project, right? Basically, every just war has had within it unjust behavior, you know? Like, the Allies, I'm sure, like, Allied soldiers did plenty of fucked up shit to civilians moving in on Germany. Like, I'm sure, of course. Like, and you can point that out, but that's not an argument against, like, the broader... Yeah, war is bad, basically, is the whole thing. How does this compare to Israel-Palestine? It doesn't really, because the situation is different. The situation is much more complicated. Human Rights Watch has come out and said Israel has used white phosphorus in Gaza and Lebanon right now. This is confirmed now? Oh, holy shit. Okay, those videos were verified. Wow. That's insane. There's no reason for them to even be doing this. Like this is just pure, like, terror tactics. Jesus. Yeah, it doesn't mean the videos I saw were true. It just means that it did happen. Yeah. I guess, I mean, fuck. If anything, I guess it's kind of... I guess it's kind of good that the Gaza Strip is so dense that it's basically all concrete or whatever. I don't think they have much wood building material there. White phosphorus could light the entire strip ablaze if the conditions were right. I guess they're right next to the water too.
Are unjustifiable, and that they are settlers. So they extend beyond your perspective that you agree with, which is because West Bank is a settler occupation.
I think it's an extremely evil thing to say. What he said.
Let me ask you this.
No. What do you think? What he said is evil?
I think it is, one, unproductive, and two, it does not meet the realities on the ground. And
holy shit! Hassan has put on his fucking optics glove and his optics hat and his optics coat today. Holy shit! Oh my god! Hassan is coming out here in his optics gear. He's huffed a big fucking line of optics before coming out here. He is being so measured in his response. He's trying so hard to keep all of these lines together, you know?
It's not a viable solution.
So calling, just to be clear, calling babies.
No, of course not.
Settlers.
Of course.
And they're not even living.
They're not.
Okay,
yeah,
good.
they're babies.
So I just want to say,
I have a question for you.
that this guy's a fucking evil piece of shit for saying that.
Can I ask you a question?
Can I finish? Let me finish the
Okay,
video.
we'll finish this, but I do have a question for you because I think you're going to agree with something I'm about to say.
Yes. Let's just finish it and then we'll talk.
Invaded the United States, and they said, you know what? Cincinnati, Ohio is our ancestral home, and everyone knows that's blatantly false. But they take your home, they murder your grandma, they bulldoze like your neighbor's house. Are those people civilians there? No, they're occupiers, and those are criminals.
Okay, the people who bulldozed your house and murdered your mom, I assume would be the IDF, who are soldiers. All of the people involved here are settlers, but that doesn't mean that all the settlers aren't civilians. You can be a settler and a civilian. A civilian, the civilian distinction is just civilian or military, basically. It's combatant or non-combatant. You know, settler is a modifier, but it doesn't determine either of those.
That is, there are no civilians there in the illegal military occupation.
Yeah. So that's number one.
I mean, that's so callous. It's kind of hard to fucking even believe just how flippant he can be about calling babies militants that are deserving to be killed.
I don't think those murdered were even settlers. It was original Israeli territory. Well, original Israeli territory goes back to like 48. There were people alive who saw Israel take their original territory. So, you know, depending on where you want to put that line. But even then, there were also the people at the rave or whatever. But
very beautifully put. Number two, much more importantly,
who were the Viet Cong, combatants or civilians? Combatants. The Viet Cong were a formal military. People have this idea the Viet Cong were all just like rice farmers with hats and old rifles. They were a full military, like with drills and regiment and training and equipment and everything.
The track record of Palestinians has been 1,000 times better than that of the Israeli occupation, despite the fact that Israeli occupation does not need to brutalize. They already have all the power, but they still choose to do far worse. The worst that will happen to a person in Palestinian custody is that they're going to be like auctioned off for a prisoner swap, which is the historic track record also.
And of course,
he's not wrong about this. This is the original goal for the military, the excursion, at least if you believe.
I'm not exactly having a ton of faith in the dudes that decapitated babies to treating.
NVA was a military. Viet Cong were guerrillas. Sorry. The NVA were former military. The Viet Cong, however, like they weren't. Guerrilla army doesn't just mean like civilian farmers with guns or whatever. Like the Viet Cong did have like a much more regimented system for engagement than people often give them credit for.
Their POWs really well.
Well,
I think that's kind of a psychotic take too, where it's like it's like, why are you trying to give Hamas the benefit of the doubt on this one? You know, being like, oh, they treat their prisoners fucking awesome. You know, let's not try to do that.
Okay,
But anyway, and that combined with just the callous, the laughter.
Listen.
Hold on.
Did the Palestinians actually take civilian hostage, or is that fake news? I don't care.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
Okay.
And they're laughing about it.
That's pretty weird, champ.
Let me pose a question for you.
Go ahead.
So you have said that those in the West Bank are fundamentalist settlers. Are you familiar with the international law surrounding the justifiable forms of violence towards?
So first of all,
terror.
I don't put much.
Hakeem and second thought are actually evil. Yeah, I think Yagupnik is better though. He was supposed to come on stream and talk like ages ago, and I recently remembered to message him, and he didn't message back, so he might have like shifted over more. But he's not like them. He's better than them, I think.
I don't put any stock, frankly, in whatever these quote international laws are.
Yeah, it's.
But no, I'm not familiar with whatever that says.
Technically, the reason why the IDF has to exist in the West Bank and behave in the oppressive manner that they behave is because Palestinians, and this is going to sound very radical and possibly very violent, but this is a matter of law, and maybe even if you agree with this, a matter of morality. Palestinians have the legal ground to violently seize back their own homes from the settlers. This is a reality. And that is precisely the reason why they have to exist under endless occupation in the West Bank.
You know what? And that's why I say, if it was settlers, that would be a lot more.
That's true. What he said definitely isn't wrong. They were literally like forced out at gunpoint in violation of international law, like 100%. Yeah, morally and like depending on what level we're operating on legally, the people who are ousted from the West Bank, absolutely, like that is, they have been illegally taken from their territory. Like. Think of this comparatively. In the United States, if you have a house and then a bunch of criminals like kick you out of the house, you're allowed, like you can defend yourself, you know. And this is why I say that Israel uses human shields, because by having the vanguard of their occupational effort be repped by settlers, by civilians, they're essentially making it impossible to fight back against their occupational force without engaging in civilians.
More understandable, but let's not obfuscate. Okay, I understand what you're saying, but this dude just called babies militants.
No, I understand, and there are baby settlers as well. But there are baby settlers as well. There are babies in the settlements.
But the babies that killed were not.
I know.
Okay, so
here's now that we established that.
Yeah.
No, hold on. Now that we established that, the other school of thought here is that all matter of Israelis living on Israel proper are
guys, the babies are a settler. Like if you're a settler or like a colonist or whatever, you can be that as a baby or a 95-year-old. This is why you can't attach moral weight to the term. The term like this baby is a colonist, like a baby can be a colonist, a baby can be a settler. That's why the term settler should not in your mind immediately go like, oh, a valuable target to kill or whatever. Like the term simply describes the relationship that you have to the land that you're on. That's the case whether or not you made a choice to do it or not. It's just a descriptor of your relationship to the land. Settler, colonist, civilian, whatever. You know, the only thing you really can't have, I guess, is like a non-civilian baby, because it's a baby. A baby can't be a legitimate military target.
They're also
fair, but second thought implied the consequence of that. That's because second thought is saying you can't be a civilian if you're a settler, which is bullshit. All settlers are civilians. Otherwise, they would be in the military. They would be in the occupational force. Well, I guess you can have a person who is a settler, but who is also a soldier in the area they're settling. But then I guess I would just call them a soldier, not really like a settler. Whatever.
Doing the exact same thing in the eyes of some. I do not agree with that because...
Hold on. Now consider. Now let's ground our priors and consider the hypotheticals at play here. Let's isolate the variables so we can determine what we actually believe. Sorry.
Because I don't think that is a reasonable solution, and it's not realistic anyway, and that only will lead to the complete evisceration of Palestinians, and far-right Israelis will use that to continuously radicalize just regular Israeli citizens in their endless bombing campaigns and ethnic cleansing campaigns and the brutal occupation. This is why many thinkers, I believe even including Norm Finkelstein, who has dedicated his entire life to speaking the truth about Israel's occupation, and Noam Chomsky and many others, even Edward Said, as I brought up earlier.
Hassan's trying to glaze over the schizo shit. Hakeem and Second Thought were saying lol. The problem is that, again, there is absolutely no way to come out morally clean here. The status quo right now with Israel's occupation is genocidal. It's monstrous. So how should Palestine resist? Well, following like the logical through line, okay, if Palestinians are not given an option to manage this diplomatically, which they clearly haven't been, diplomacy has done nothing for them in decades and decades and decades, obviously Palestinians have a moral right to resist through violence, right? Like, and if they resist through violence, innocents will be killed, because that is what happens when you resist through violence. Innocents are being killed right now in Gaza through indiscriminate Israeli airstrikes, as they have been for a long time. There is no way out of this without violence, okay? However, here are the problems I have. For one, Hamas is not an emancipatory or revolutionary organization. They are jihadist militants who do not act in the best interests of the Palestinians. If the Palestinians had a super ultra principled secular militia that fought back, two things would happen. For one, innocents would die. The death of innocents is always regrettable. However, again, innocents are dying right now in Gaza, and Israel is the institution that set up this set of circumstances. They are the ones who made this conflict unavoidable. For two, if Palestinians resisted in a super principled and secular way, they would lose. Badly. This is why the situation seems so untenable. If Palestinians were capable of some overwhelming victory, even if it cost a lot of lives in the short term, I would think that morally justifiable, because the long-term consequences of the continued Palestinian occupation seem to be genocidal. But that's not the case. This isn't like South Africa, where South African society was built pretty much entirely on the labor of black South Africans, and there are nine black South Africans to every one white South African. In a situation like that, the black South Africans are this like large revolutionary mass, potentially, that is capable, they're capable of meaningfully addressing this issue through force. Not so with the Palestinians. The Palestinians are not broadly integrated into Israel's economy and society at large. Israel could, theoretically, wipe Gaza off the face of the map and continue to function. The same is not the case with black South Africans. So again, what's the solution here? It seems like every direction leads to the killing of civilians. If the Palestinians continue to not resist in a meaningful and organized way, they die. If Palestinians rise up and form this like mass secular militia, they lose and then die. If Palestinians engage in like jihadist terrorist attacks against Israel, innocents from Israel die, and then more innocents in Gaza die. Do you guys understand the problem here? Literally every direction entails civilian death. Who is responsible for this? Israel. The government of Israel has set in play all of the pieces that make this a fact of the matter. Israel could change this. Israel could stop the slaughter. They could properly liberate the Palestinian people, could bring about peace. They do not. They choose not to their mutual detriment, both them and Palestinians, because they are hateful, because they are evil. So again, there's not really any good path here. I just don't like the conflation of Palestinian liberation and Hamas.
Believe that the de-Zionification or the displacement of Israelis from Israel proper, Jewish Israelis, is not it's not justifiable and it's not realistic. It's more so a single state solution, at least one that I advocate for, because I know a lot of people advocate for a two-state solution. I'm a one-stater, which would norm.
Was there a question?
What?
I thought you said I have a question for you at the beginning of that.
I gave you the question. You already answered it. You said I know your position on like violently seizing back your land from settler occupiers.
Yeah, that's not what they did though. And that's
these
who
guys.
he's talking
No,
about.
these guys, or at least I assume Second Thought has the perspective that all matter of Israel is all matter of Israel proper is considered settler occupation.
And he's evil for thinking that. He is. Right after babies were murdered and decapitated.
All
I can say that
it's
now.
not 19,
let me read his further.
If he said this in 1949, I'd have a different opinion on the matter. You can't say this in 2023. I agree.
Let me read this. Thank you for agreeing. What's going on in occupied Palestine is unprecedented. No doubt we'll have wall-to-wall coverage of atrocities now that it's the genocidal settlers on the receiving end. This is what liberation struggle looks like. Solidarity and victory to the Palestinian people. Again, just to put the timing in frame here, he says, no doubt we'll have wall-to-wall coverage when Israel responds. This is while bodies are still bleeding.
Well, I guess the second part did come true. He wasn't wrong on the second part of that conversation, at least. Okay.
What, solidarity and victory to the which part are we referring to?
Wall-to-wall coverage when Israel responds.
Right, but like, and this is my problem. So as the bodies are fucking still bleeding out, and he's saying this is what liberation struggle looks like: beheading babies, burning families alive, solidarity and victory to the Palestinian people. This is pro-Hamas. This man is supporting Hamas.
Fuck, this is such a difficult thing for me to fucking weigh in on, man. This is really difficult for me to weigh in on because it's like every piece, I disagree with some things and some implications, but then I agree with some other stuff, and I don't agree with Ethan on everything. For instance, the idea that Israeli suffering is given much more media attention than Palestinian suffering is objectively true. Like, the Palestinians have been kept in an open-air prison for decades, killed indiscriminately, and then you have people like Justin Bieber posting, you know, like peace for Israel or like praying for Israel over a picture of Gaza that's been blown apart or whatever. Like, yeah, there is always been, like, Western media has consolidated to speak on the crimes of Hamas and not on the crimes that Israel is currently committing. We literally have, like, Israeli leaders saying, genocide the Palestinians, cut them off with the water, you know, 2.5 million people without water and power. And then the attention is still being given to like the babies that were killed. Babies have been killed in Gaza, like many babies. Half of the population of the Gaza Strip is children. And they will die without water or power because of decisions Israel is deliberately making. So that is correct, at least.
I think his position is that people that have been trapped, and I can't speak for him, but you can if you want to talk to him. I'm sure he would be willing to come on and speak his piece. I've already mentioned that I don't find this to be particularly helpful or productive as far as this conversation goes, not because like I am tasked with defending the positions of other people or even criticize them. It's more so that we know what is currently happening. We are now 3-4 days removed from October 7, and we know what the retaliation looked like, and we know what the occupation has looked like every single day.
That was an obvious reaction.
So that's why I'm saying,
again,
that's what I'm saying. Like a
timing matters.
A YouTuber with
hold on, this guy's influential.
No, I know, Ethan, but his influence is nothing in comparison to the multi-billion-dollar media operation.
I just want to call this guy out. That's what I want to do.
You can call him out.
I just spent
and you can ask
2.5 hours calling out Israel. So now this guy, Second Thought, he's supporting Hamas. He is pro-Hamas. That's what
call him out.
Hold on.
Okay.
Solidarity and
are Hamas and Palestine the same thing, or is the Palestinian government fighting Hamas too? There isn't really a Palestinian government. There was one election nearly 20 years ago that Hamas won, and Hamas has basically been like criminal, like gang leaders of. There's no democracy in Palestine. There's no real government. You know, Hamas's leaders enrich themselves while radicalizing jihadists. Most people in the Gaza Strip are children, and even ignoring that, most of them have no faith in Hamas. There's just like there's nothing there. Yeah, there's the Palestinian Authority, but how much real governmental control does the Palestinian Authority have? Also, Hamas is in Gaza, not in the West Bank. Yes, Hamas is a Gaza thing. I mean, I'm sure there are some people in the West Bank with sympathies, but they're concentrated in Gaza.
And victory to the Palestinian people. Oops. Again, the timing that I keep mentioning, as bodies are being counted, is pro-Hamas. That's it. That's it. There's no other way to interpret that, and it's evil. He continues, imagine someone comes to your town, murders your neighbors, kicks you out of the home your family lived in for generations, and relocates you. Are those occupiers civilians? No, they're criminals and accomplices in genocide.
So this is second thought being completely wrong. Notice how in his hypothetical, the person who murders your neighbors, kicks you out of your home, and relocates you to an open-air prison is all the same guy. Yeah, if that one person is the same, if that one guy, probably not a civilian if he murdered your neighbors and then took you to a camp, okay? But the problem is he is ascribing this broadly to just all Israeli people. Like, are these occupier civilians? I don't think every Israeli was the one who killed your neighbors and took you to Gaza, you know? I don't think that's... I don't think that's the case.
Once again, referring to babies who were decapitated, at least, but again, that doesn't matter. 40 babies died at this kibbutz. Okay, kids also, children, families, peaceful kibbutzim. Many of them actually pro-Palestine advocates. He said that they are...
Yeah, 11% approval rating for Hamas as of a YouGov poll in May. Probably lower now. Yeah.
Criminals and accomplices.
Okay, we don't know if they were pro-Palestine advocates. Let's not go that far.
What? That's
what you
think that none of the people killed were...
I mean, I don't know that. I'm saying, like, I don't know why you're adding that. It doesn't even matter because ultimately,
it does matter.
He shouldn't die.
Okay, right.
My position.
But it does make it especially ironic when he's calling them accomplices in genocide when their only crime is being born somewhere.
No, I agree with you.
It's evil. I just want to say that.
I agree with you.
Okay, good.
I don't disagree.
You'd probably have a shot of winning against Hamas. Do you guys think if I ran for election in the Gaza Strip before it gets turned into a parking lot, do you think I could win against Hamas? Like a new leadership, a new day breaks?
With you on this at all.
Thank you.
But that's not my... But...
Bro, I'm just calling it out.
Okay.
This guy's a fucking... He's a scumbag.
If you want, you have the opportunity. You can speak to him if you want on this particular issue.
I'll think about it. But
so I don't know why, like, you're...
I'm not demanding you respond, but I simply, as a matter of doing the show, want to call out the people that disgusted me. Because, again, I hear this all the time. People go, oh, really? Well, show me an example.
I know, but...
Well, here's one.
No, of course there are examples of this. It's just entirely and utterly inconsequential, and I 100% stand by that.
It's not. He's an influential man. When you're...
I don't think it's inconsequential. I think that people on the online left immediately doing this, like, yeah, Hamas is liberatory and all Israeli civilians are legitimate military targets. I think it's pretty fucking stupid. Yeah. I don't think that our behavior on this one is going to, like, make or break peace in the Middle East. I don't think that Israel would behave better if we behaved better, but I think it's important to talk about and call out. Yeah.
Expressing these kinds of...
Okay, let's walk through that. What do you think is the negative consequence of this? Do you think that people are going to see this and go, oh, I should go to a...
So should I not care about it?
I think that if you look at the reality, and I know you recognize it, a YouTuber saying this kind of thing and spending any time or any effort on this, when your moral position is clear, when mine is clear, spending any time on this whatsoever to be like, we got to clean up our own homes here, deviates from the actual message that must be unflinching. The message is that these violent means of ensuring that the occupation continues is going to inevitably lead to more violence that Israelis will be subjected to as well.
Normalizing murdering civilians.
He has no...
It leads people to have bad takes in the situation. It leads people to have essentialist takes, to overestimate the extent to which Hamas can be a liberatory force for Palestinian people. We should always be willing to criticize people on our own side for bad takes. I don't think we should hyperfixate on them and pretend that they're the only thing that matters, but there's certainly value in calling it out. And again, Second Thought is a pretty big YouTuber too. It's not like he's an inconsequential figure or whatever.
No capacity to do so.
And the result of that,
I think a better argument would be that it's anti-Semitic. You could say that, well, not what he's saying, but that it could lead to people listening to what he's saying and then think that like all Jews are responsible.
Okay,
and
so
think
it's
that like
consequential. The stuff that he's saying matters.
That would
but
be,
my point is, if I can finish my point, is that this guy who proposes to be this Palestinian advocate, he is encouraging the murder of civilians, babies, etc. In an effort to free the occupation.
I don't think he's encouraging it. I think he's justifying it.
No. No, he says, hold on. No, he says this is what liberation struggle looks like. What's the liberation struggle about murdering families? But I wanted to say this. This guy who purports to care so much about Palestine, his advocating for killing civilians, the result of that is going to be basically what's happening in Gaza now, which is that Israel, which is again genocidal, violent, psychopathic people in power are, it's like the result of this is Netanyahu gets more power and consolidates when people already fucking hated him. The international community that was giving a lot of general support for Palestine and Gaza and all that. There was a lot of
Hydronal, I also don't fully agree with what Ethan is saying here. This is why I think this is like a very difficult conversation to mediate.
I know you're going to debate me. There was a lot of sentiment, especially in Europe, for being like, "Yo, we need to,
Ethan,
we need to look at this."
The entire planet, the entire planet has regularly condemned the illegal occupation. Time and time again. You know who has said fuck off to that? The United States of America and Israel and sometimes Ukraine. So it does not matter.
Well, there are plenty of European governments right now that are complicit in this. It's not just the US and Israel and Ukraine. No, Ukraine has done this before. UN vote Israel, USA, Ukraine. They've done this before, I think. But Israel's still complaining. Ukraine's backing of 90% of UN anti-Israel votes could hurt support, Israel envoy. Man, dude, Israel is such an evil fucking country. Oh, sorry, you're voting against our horrific occupation and brutality in the United Nations? Ooh, I don't know if we can provide you any support in the future, man. Well, I mentioned it. I'm pretty sure there have been a few weird votes where Ukraine joined America in supporting Israel, but I don't remember the exact ones. Apparently, Israel is not impressed, so...
What the condemnation even looks like. It doesn't change anything. Palestinians...
Let me finish my point.
Okay, go ahead. Finish your point.
The point is...
Ethan, no!
That the result of this, these people are pro-Palestine. The result of this is literally the opposite of any possible intended consequence, which is A, Netanyahu gets more power internationally and domestically when people already fucking hated him and his government. The Western countries are basically backing up Israel's genocide and encouraging it and sanctioning it. The Gazans are now being bombed. Their food, power, water is being shut off, although that happens regardless at times.
Always.
But so like
if the argument here is that if Second Thought had not tweeted this, or if other YouTubers and other people on Twitter had not tweeted their celebrations, that do we think that the world's perspective would be different on Israel's bombing campaign currently? If you think that, like, legitimately, if not a single person had tweeted this, do you think that the situation on the ground would be different?
Does it matter to you that this might be anti-Semitic?
Oh, wait, what do you mean?
Well, you're saying you're treating this as if it doesn't matter at all, and that's
yes,
you're not.
I don't think it matters at all.
And you're not Israeli.
Yeah, I don't think...
This is really dumb. I have no idea why Hassan here has to pretend that like a large content creator making incorrect statements has no effect. And I have no idea why we would like pretend to die on this hill. Like that's really, really stupid.
I don't think it matters at all in the grand scheme of things whatsoever.
So you're saying
because the question
I've noticed that like one of the default cope takes that people will go to when they disagree with like when somebody disagrees with the take they have or whatever is they'll start doing the whole like, well, nothing we say matters thing. Like Gamergate YouTubers did this all the time where like you know, the feminazi behavior of their opponents was of great consequence, but then if it turns out that like some supporter of theirs did something bad, or if somebody got like harassed or whatever, they're all like, whoa, well, the stuff I do doesn't matter, you know. I like we have to be consistent with this, right? Second Thought is a super influential YouTuber. I don't know why we shouldn't hold him to a standard appropriate for that. I'll call people out who have no power whatsoever. And also, even if something has no like meaningful impact in world politics or whatever, there are still followers of this stuff, right? Like there are 50,000 people watching this. You know, there are all the people who watch Second Thought. Like there are people whose minds might be swayed by bad arguments.
Answer my question, please. Let's say
I agree, funny rhetorician. Yeah, I think that's pretty common.
JT and Hakeem or any number of different Twitter users had not been so callous in their indifference for civilian casualties.
Please debate Second Thought. I've tried to. He won't. Coward.
In this situation, not a single person had tweeted anything. Do you think that there would be more support for Palestinians?
Obviously not, but listen to
so
what
why
I'm
are we
saying,
having this
bro.
conversation then?
This is, dude, what Hassan will go on tirades arguing with people in his chat. Is he seriously pretending here that like, oh, sorry, you know, criticizing one of my podcast buddies, the outcome of this criticism will not change or solve the Israeli-Palestine conflict. Therefore, you know, why even do it? Come on.
He's influencing people. He's not. Is this tweet going to change what's happening on the ground? No.
No, of course
not. These opinions being broadcast by respected people in politics is going to contribute to fucking more violence. He is.
In what regard?
Because people like who sympathize with him are gonna be like, yeah. I mean, he's basically.
Do you think Palestinians are going to see JT's
no, the
tweets?
Acceptance of people, and
this is so stupid and reductive. This is literally like, bro, whether or not you criticize him, like, you're not going to solve the Israel-Palestine crisis. Like, you're not going to bring peace to the Middle East. Like, why even do it? Like, what the fuck? Nobody holds to the standard. People criticize, people argue with their chat. Hassan argues with his chat. Why do or say anything if the threshold for legitimate engagement is solving the Israel-Palestine conflict, you know?
That's fucking anti-Semitism, bro.
The acceptance of what people?
The acceptance of people internationally who look at this guy saying, let's fucking kill all the Israelis because they're all occupiers.
I don't agree with that take. That
why criticize Israel? Like, criticizing Israel isn't going to like stop bombs from falling on Gaza, you know?
He's making.
I'm being hyperbolic, but it's not that far from what he said. I mean, he's called every Israeli an accomplice in genocide and an occupier.
It's like freaking out. It's like freaking out when the Iranian leadership like fucking burns an American flag or whatever and be like, they hate us. They're gonna come for us. They're gonna kill all of us. Like there is no conversation to be had here that is like serious because.
Bro,
there's plenty to talk about there. There's a ton of really interesting geopolitical analysis that you can do from Iran constantly using perceived Western interference as a scapegoat to keep their population in a state of fervor and like not engage meaningfully with domestic politics. What do you mean? What is? Why wouldn't we talk about that?
Disagree. I mean, you were telling me today how much influence I have. Why does it not matter that people use this?
The influence you have is upon your fan base. The influence you have upon your
doesn't matter.
The influence you have upon your fan base was specifically in regards to Okay, let me dial it back real quick and explain something. This is a basic fundamental that I believe in. I believe that our culture and our attitudes are entirely reflected on the material realities on the ground. That our material realities guide our culture and our attitude towards certain things. I don't believe that you can move the needle in the other direction. I don't believe that you can tweet a revolution. As a matter of fact, many people laugh at hashtag activism and whatnot, but I do think that it goes in the opposite direction. I do think that you can't make a super sweet YouTube video that ends up.
What the fuck is he saying?
Ends up destroying the white supremacist court structure in the United States of America. However, I do believe that if you go in the other direction and promote more of
discombobulate
the state-sponsored violence, you absolutely can motivate people to feel more justified and demand more from their governments,
which is what he's doing,
do this.
right?
So, if and only if there was a real, legitimate, well-established military machine that was capable of going and fucking killing every single Israeli citizen, like you said, he is justifying for, this would be as damaging as the average Israeli defense of the Israeli occupying.
This is a complete goalpost move. We are not talking about whether or not, like, let me make this, before I make this political statement, let me scale it proportionally to the extent to which I think it meaningfully backs the behavior of a military organization. This is bullshit. If you have something you want to say and you have a good argument for it, then say it. That's it. That's it. If you think that someone is over fixating on something, then that is one thing to say. I think it is entirely possible that Ethan Klein might be over fixating on the behavior of some online lefties with regards to their poor response to this issue. I think that's a fine argument to make. I don't know, like, you would have to defend it, but it's like, it's a valid thing you can say. However, like, that's not the same as saying that there's no point at all in commenting on it. That's really, really dumb. By this logic, we shouldn't push back on Nazis because they're not materially in charge right now. It's brain dead. Yeah, like, bro, what, like, Nazi military org is gonna... Like, no, that's dumb. I mean, if you really want to make the case for it, like, Jewish people already suffer a massively disproportionate number of hate crimes here in the United States, and these hate crime spikes have been going up since the attack from Hamas. So, like, if you want to talk about... If all of your opinions have to be contextualized in the framework of what immediate stochastic terrorism will this prevent or enact, then, like, we should be concerned about anti-Semitism. And I am concerned about anti-Semitism, okay? Like, it's one of those, just because you're oppressed doesn't mean that you're in the right situations, where, like, there are a bunch of Arabs right now in the West and in the Middle East who fucking hate Jews. And they might be more oppressed, like, geopolitically, than your average Jewish Israeli, but if the positions were swapped, they would not be better to the Jews than the Jews are to the Palestinians. Like, you can't frame the validity of an argument behind who's in power right now, because your arguments have to be rooted in, like, a consistent underlying logic that allows you to make meaningful moral judgments regardless of, well, will this immediately affect the situation at large. I think this is bullshit goalpost moving, and I think he knows that. I think he's trying to waffle his way out of substantively criticizing a friend of his. He doesn't want to say anything that'll get him booted off leftovers, so he can't full-throatedly defend what Second Thought is saying, but he also doesn't want to, like, not be kept in the good graces of his cool fucking red fash friends, so he can't, like, overly condemn them. He's trying to, like, that's why he said he's putting on the optics gloves, the optics hat, you know.
Force. Only then.
I just find it odd
and
that
even
you have
then,
to do the
and
whole
even
what about
then,
thing about this.
But Ethan, even then, there is no comparison, because guess what? What he is saying as a singular YouTuber is represented by our elected leaders, is represented in the reality on the ground, in the way that
if Hassan's take here was just, hey, you do realize that even if what Second Thought said is dumb, it's not, like, weighted with the same institutional power as pro-Israeli sentiment is right now. If he just said that and left it at that, I think that's true, you know?
Israel is continuing its occupation and its bombing campaign in Gaza, which is why I think it is utterly and entirely a distraction to have assessments, to make assessments over...
Listen, I'm sorry that I care about it. I guess I'm just an emotional fucking idiot.
I'm not saying that at all. I perfectly understand why you care about it.
But it's important to me.
I understand why you care about it.
I disagree with that premise.
I think you should have him on to
clearly you disagree with
I think you should
his
have him on to ask him. Because I personally disagree with this assessment, and I think it's unhelpful and unproductive overall.
Okay,
but
we agree. But I think he's evil.
But I also will point once again that what he's saying here is the Israeli policy in the other direction. It has been the reality in the other direction.
Which is not good.
I know you don't agree with that, but I'm saying because you don't agree with that, it is...
This is the main problem I'm having with all this stuff.
I know that's the main problem you have with all this stuff, and that's why
I think it's very funny that while mounting an implicit defense of second thought here by like argumentum ad irreleventium, Hassan essentially says, well, second thought's not that bad. He's basically just doing the same thing as Israel, but reverse. Which is like, oh, isn't that really bad then? Wait, so if second thought is just employing the same essentialist logic that Israel is while engaging in its genocide, isn't that actually a really good argument for criticizing it?
I'm trying to say it's not even remotely a point of contention, and it's not even remotely equivalent.
Yeah, I'd like to go on Leftovers, or at least I'd like to talk to Ethan on a show sometime. I don't know. I don't, like, my reputation is fucking poison. If I ever went into shit, there'd be like 1 million people in a sub that would be like, holy shit, you had this racist, transphobic, Nazi, pedophile, zoophile, blah, blah, blah. So, you know, I there's like an optics wall or whatever, but I'd still really enjoy going on. I feel like there's a lot that I want to say and a lot that I could offer.
And it's not even remotely.
I don't think people should be
have this conversation.
This guy's way too comfortable just going out there publicly and being applauded.
What do you think is the solution here? What should be done with him for saying that?
What criticism doesn't stand on its own? Why do I need to like be punitive?
No, you said you're upset. I mean, I think you're well within your right to be.
I'm criticizing. I'm criticizing. I'm not asking for.
I think you're well within your right to be critical of it.
Yeah.
Like I said though, I will reaffirm my position that if he was saying this about Palestinians instead of Israelis, that would not only be not condemned at all by a singular person, that would be the specific policy position of the entirety of the Western world.
So again, yeah, it's like, so he's just doing woke reverse Israel policy. That's bad. Okay, whatever, dude. Whatever. It's three. And I haven't even read Donos. It's 3 and I haven't even read Donos. It's the Donos haven't been read and it's 3. That's enough. I could watch it forever. It's 3. Not just H3, 3. 3. I went the entire stream without arguing with chat, and frankly, I'm proud of myself. I'm hitting the add button. If you enjoyed the stream, make sure to subscribe and like and subscribe and give me your money and subscribe with money and subscribe. Okay, I'm hitting the add button. I'm reading Donos. We'll talk about George Santos next stream. Excuse me. Lily's what? Congratulations on the raise and promotion. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. Carson Harvey and Bad Dragon Love, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Can Biden choose a different VP for this run? He can, but he won't. That'd be too much drama. Bad Dragon Love and David Stotler, thank you for the 5 both. Really appreciate that. He's jealous of his nephew Hassan. Maybe. Cenk, I mean. Maybe. Kriller, thanks the tier 1 sub, donating to Vush's presidential campaign. Thank you. Adrian Zhipov, thank you for the $5. Would you say this is like if America started geocoding? Genociding, I assume. African Americans after the Nation of Islam did a terror attack? It's so complicated that I don't want to like make errant analogies that aren't really warranted. It's a lot worse. It's really bad, is the thing. The Israel-Palestine situation is unmatched anywhere else in the world. There are other instances of settler colonial violence. There are other instances of ethnically exclusionary oppression or apartheid, but the Gaza Strip West Bank shit is so specific, you know? LJ Wombology, thank you for the tier 2 sub. My pleasure. Thank you. Christopher Hoskin, thank you for the $10. As a Pulitzer Prize winning 30-year NPR journalist. Really? I'm eager to say I'm a huge fan and you're much more brilliant than most of my coworkers. Thanks for all you do. I don't know if you're being serious. I think that might be a joke, but I appreciate it anyway. Why is West Bank called the West Bank? Because it's on the West Bank of the sea. What sea is it again? How am I forgetting this? The Red Sea? The Dead Sea, not the Red Sea, the Dead Sea. That always tripped me up too. Isn't it the Jordan River? Oh, hold on. But that's what it feeds into, right? No, the Dead Sea and the Jordan River. It's both. Yeah, that always tripped me up because it's like, why is the West Bank on the east side of Israel? Because it's on the west bank of the Jordan River and the Dead Sea right there. Is the Dead Sea or the Red Sea the one that's like 50% salt or whatever? It's the Dead Sea? Yeah, the Dead Sea is super salty. Excuse me. That's why it's called the Dead Sea, because no fish can swim there, right? Like it can't really support life. That's crazy. Still alive? Thank you for the $5. My response would be like the entirety of these streams. There's so much, man. RJ MacDaddy and Ciro the Fox, thanks for the tier 1 subs. Really appreciate that. Good luck, RJ MacDaddy. Da, thank you for the $5. Why is every House Republican some guy called James John currently using their campaign finances to fund his court case where he ran over his wife last week? Lol. Literally, they're all horrible humans. Yeah. Pank and Xeon, thank you for the 5 both. Really appreciate that. Thank you, Xeon. We'll do a positivity segment soon. The funny part of McCarthyism is that McCarthy mostly used the communist label on Jewish intellectuals in the academia. Yeah, like the something school. Oh, come on. Frankfurt School. Thank you. Entropic Blade, thanks to the tier 1 sub. Happy to have you with me. Koro, thank you for the $3. Really appreciate that. Konahana, thank you for the 1101. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much for being one of the few voices of reason in these hard days. You're very inspiring, and I really appreciate all the good work you do. Thank you. Infinite suffering. Hey, want to see a rare baby? Pigeon. Pigeon. Who made you so gross? Look up. Look up. Look at this raw chicken. Gross. Does chicken condemn Hamas? Probably not. Coffee Lover and Rex Gardner, thank you for the 5 both. Rex Gardner, thank you for the $3. Huge fan of your content. Your content inspired me to ask the love of my life to marry me in front of the family. Guess what? Despite my nerves, my sister said yes. Thank you. Nice meme. Harambus, thank you so much for the long chain of $5 donations, which seem to be largely incoherent. Hamas is haram because it contains ham in his name, period. I suppose that's true. Thank you for the $30 and the $25 donation in which you say, I simp socialism, take my money. Much appreciated. Radical AC, thanks the tier 3 sub. I'm a real Vosher. Yep, you know it, and we know it. Existential 8 Ball with the tier 1 sub. Guy who condemns Ukraine's attack on Crimean Bridge because of 2 civilian deaths, but thinks a concert is a legitimate military target. True! Gek Lighter and the AI Overlord, thank you for the tier 1 subs. Really appreciate those. Amelia Mendel and Appalachian Anarchist, thank you for the $10 both. Really appreciate that. Thank you very much for being one of the few people online speaking of this in a moral, sane, rational way. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I will admit that while I generally am pretty smugly unaffected by bad news, because I guess I'm kind of used to it, the Israel-Palestine stuff has always filled me with a very specific and severe sense of despair. Because I do, unfortunately, think the Palestinian people are doomed. It's still important to have the right takes on the issue, and there's still stuff to be learned. But of all of the broader geopolitical conflicts, holy shit, this is one of the most seemingly predetermined. I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. But it would be dishonest of me to not say that, you know? I try to give people positive perspectives, but I don't want to, like, lie, you know? It would take a soft revolution in Israel. It would have to take, like, a massive reshuffling of their government. And it has to be within Israel, too. The Palestinians aren't capable of independently mobilizing anything even near close of overthrowing or toppling the Israeli government. Brad Boy, thank you for the 2 $5 donos. Really appreciate that. I visited Israel during college studying econ and politics. A fraction of the people are insane. People rioted and died because a church was swept too much, not exaggerating. While I was there, a guy was stabbed a few yards from me. We had to run out of the area, and I didn't get to buy an Asherah totem, wife of Yahweh, and I'm still bitter. I'm very sorry to hear that. I'm sure there is a great spiritual sickness in Israel. I wouldn't be surprised at all to know that. Gits and Shiggles and Appalachian Anarchist, thank you for the tier 1 subs both. Really appreciate that. One Angry Pagan and Markinator, thank you for the 5 both. Really appreciate that. Vosh, I'm sincerely asking, isn't it extremely loaded to refer to any Jews as having Hitler particles, given what Hitler did to the Jews? There were Jews that, no, I don't believe that at all. That's like saying, isn't it loaded to accuse Candace Owens of being like a white nationalist or whatever? Or like, Hitler did lots of bad stuff to lots of people. Should I not say disabled people? Like, he killed many disabled people. Should I not say they have Hitler particles? No. Hitler particles, I'll tell you this, folks. You wouldn't have thought it would come from them. But the Nazis have actually provided us the greatest argument for multiculturalism imaginable. All humans can be packed full of Hitler particles. Go look at what Indians are posting on Twitter right now. Hitler's everywhere. Now, would Hitler have liked the Indians? No. But that's the magical thing. Hitler may have been Aryan specific, but Hitler particles are all around us. It's the magic we breathe. Hopefully not very much of. In a magical way, all humans are Hitler. A bad magic kind of way. Really, though, it's true. Not good. The real Hitler were the friends we made along the way. Really, though, Hitler particles are a universal phenomenon. It's true. Adrian Jipov, thank you for the $2. Really appreciate that. A Nice Coat and Karn, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate those. Thank you kindly. Thank you for the additional 5, A Nice Coat. All's well. Pyrel, thank you for the tier 2 sub, and Kakawin, thank you likewise. Really appreciate those. Kakawin, thank you for the tier 3 sub for yourself. Thank you very, very much. Very kind of you. John Templeton and Crab Navy General, thank you for the $5 both. I really appreciate that. Freedom Cleaner, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Zverg, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Sake with the 5 tier 1 subs, thank you. This is from 2 days ago. I think I read that one, actually. Sola, thank you for the $10. Hey, I'm an ex-IDF soldier who now works to build bridges between Israelis and Palestinians. I'd love to join the stream to chat. I appreciate the offer. I can't promise anything, I'm afraid. But the work you do is incredibly valuable, especially right now. You probably have your work cut out for you. Good luck. Vosh, when Hitler blew his brains out, he spread the particles like radioactive dust after Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Yeah. It's like the plot of Jujutsu Kaisen with the fingers of that evil demon or whatever. When Hitler blew his brains out, the blood particles dispersed finally into the atmosphere. And now, like, all the atoms of Hitler are spread across humanity. And one day, through a very specific set of circumstances, he may reunite in one body, but hopefully not in our lifetimes. Vosh, I shower daily. What is anime? Jujutsu Kaisen is pretty good, actually. Right? Yeah. I'm not too contrarian on this. Jujutsu Kaisen is pretty good. I still need to watch the second season. Matt P., thank you for the $10. One of the grossest things I've ever seen is an Israeli sniper in a shirt sewing crosshairs over a pregnant woman wearing Islamic clothing with a caption that translates to 1 shot, 2 kills. I think I've seen that very image. Nice. Euro, thank you for the 5. Really appreciate that. Stiffu, thank you. I'll take a look. Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Is this what paleo conservatives were trying to argue all along? They wanted to claim rights to land they claimed to have occupied the Neolithic. Yeah. God only knows what those borders would look like. With the additional 5 tier 1 subs, thank you, Sake. I also don't fully get the rights to land they were born in concept. If you were born in a dangerous spot and your government makes it more so, not good to stay. Yeah, the whole land rights shit is really complicated. I don't put that much stock in it going far enough back. Like, I don't really buy the bullshit that Jews have some innate right to Israel because 4,000 years ago, that was supposedly the Holy Land. When I think of land rights, I think of it in the immediate, like, property rights context. Or, like, if your family is from there, you know, if it happened recently enough that it's in more of a like immediate memory sense, I think there's something to that. But if you're going back like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years or whatever, you know. Still live at the $5. Oh, Unity is changing its CEO. Fuck yeah. A move so bad that it loses you your position as CEO. I'm sure he'll enjoy his $20 million golden parachute or whatever the fuck. Lion thank you for the tier 2 sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you for your activism. I genuinely believe you have the potential to be one of the most important leftists of our day. We need more people like you. That is incredibly kind and flattering. And thankfully, I have high self-esteem, so I'll take that compliment with no qualifications. Thank you. I agree completely. Really, though, you know, God willing, right? I mean, I'll try my best. Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Seriously, though, what is your take on hummus? Do you condemn chickpeas? Would you pay to have a chickpea on your face? Nice meme. No, I only top in that particular kink. Hummus is amazing. Mediterranean food in general is amazing. Also, chickpeas are amazing. Did you know that you can use chickpea juice to replace egg whites in for a vegan baking? How cool is that? The juice that comes with chickpeas in the can. Like the oil. Works pretty good. Aquafaba. Thank you. That's what it's called. Birdbrain. Thank you very much for the $10. Vosh, the trial I worked 13 hours straight preparing for was put on hold for an entire year this morning. You entertained me through the mindless toil. Thanks. Oh, I'm sorry. Fuck, a year delay. I'm so sorry. Well, take the notes that you worked on and save them and keep them in your back pocket for the time comes. That sucks. Thank you. Undergamer Jordan and Soball, thank you for the 5 both. Really appreciate that. Rip to all the poor bastards in the U.S. Army motor pool who just got done painting all the vehicles green and now need to paint them tan again. Returning to tradition. It's like it's 92 again, you know? Oh my God. I'm so sorry you have to live in Mississippi, Undergamer Jordan. Captain Eric Diron, thank you for the $5. It's all right. We know that time isn't racist here in VGG. What is cool? Thanks the tier 1 sub. Charlie Jinmir with the $5. I was in the dentist when you made the joke about Hamas attacking the pipeline underwater, and it took everything I had not to laugh during drilling. Sorry. Wait, did you have earbuds in, or was your dentist also listening to me make a joke about Hamas beheading the pipeline like a baby? Your dentist let you listen to Vosh while drilling? Oh, dude, if you're getting like a root canal, yeah. Like it's basically just an hour of trying to not concentrate on the fact that your numbed mouth is being drilled into with an actual drill. Yeah, put some earbuds in and listen to something. My dentist gave me the option, though I said no because I think I felt like I wanted to be able to. I don't know why I said no. Can't they knock you out for that? I got knocked out for wisdom tooth removal. I did not get knocked out for root canal. It's nice being able to drive after. Yeah, that's true. Pigeon. Fat butt baby. Ooh. Yeah. Do you guys want to see a cute baby video? Hold on. It's still on my phone. Is this the right one? Let me make sure it's the right one. This one is so funny. I'm pretty sure I didn't show this one on stream. I kept thinking I should show it, but I never got around to it. Hold on. Okay. It'll take a second to send. Anesthesia is dangerous. Don't use it frivolously. That's true. But, like, how often do you really use it, right? I mean, I don't go to the dentist that often. Load the video. Load the video. Load the video. Not Junenji. I didn't want to, like... Oh, it didn't go through. Make the video go through. Okay. What's up? Live? Baby butt. What are you looking at? He's looking at pigeon. You want to eat pigeon? Mwah. We all do. All right, hold on. Maybe I can send it on Twitter. Twitter's so slow. Twitter is so slow. Okay, send the video. Go. All right, now that'll send. Okay, well, I wait for that. Juno132, thank you for the $5. You probably hear this all the time, but you legit pulled me from the far right BS I was falling into. I never get tired of hearing it, though. Thank you. Really happy to hear that. Appalachian Anarchist, thank you for the $10. Actual convo I had with my mom earlier. Centrist Dem MSNBC brained narcissist, infuriating. Oh no, I can't go over family text messages. I can't do that. Do it? No, I refuse to. I'm not weighing in on family matters. I'm not weighing in on leaked DMs. I can't do that. I'll get that Adderall soon, Appalachian Anarchist. Dale Davis, thank you. God. The $10. No, I have not seen the take of former PM Ehud Olmert on the current situation. I got to go looking for it. Okay. Is this video not sending either? I hate the modern internet, man. No, it's sent. It says sent right there. Yeah, there we go. God. Okay. I hear Ruben screaming off in the distance. Okay. There we go. Look at this ridiculous video. Look at what I come into. What is he doing?
What is this?
What are you doing? Look at how good Artemy's being, though. Look at Artemy licking. See, he could, like, bite him really hard, but he's not. Like, Artemy is so much stronger than Ruben, but he's being nice. Ooh. Yum. Gonna hear the whap. Wait, listen for it. Dead.
Got his ass.
So cute. I love them. All right, sorry. Bit of a distraction there, but you know. Okay. Benjamin Gilbert Lift, thank you for the very kind wait, not 100. Why did I say 100? It's because you donate a lot. $50 donation. Based on both public and private info, I fundamentally disagree with the idea Cenk is grifting. I respect your opinion enough to reevaluate, but I really disagree. Reach out to J.R. Jackson. He would be great to talk about the TYT BTS in private. I mean, I could. It's really just like it just lines up best with the behavior, you know? My understanding of it. It's like maybe it's different. You can never know what a person is thinking. It's incomprehensibly retarded either way. But all right. I think you're underestimating the level of genuine delusion and fear motivating Cenk. I mean, past a point, does it even really matter? Hello, Pigeon. Whatever the case. Brio Pan, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. No, I would not be mad at that. I'll take a look at my emails. Antifa Private, thank you for the $5. In DSA, it's very messy right now, as too many of my comrades want to more or less condone Hamas, and I feel conflicted about going to protest. Thoughts? I don't fucking know, man. It's the DSA. The only way to fix the DSA is with overwhelming numerical majority. So you guys got to go over there, and you got to do a retard fumigation. You got to go in there and be less retarded than the average DSA member. Sergio Hernandez and Juliet Mindset, thank you for the $5 both. Happy birthday, Juliet Mindset. Schmeckle, thank you for the $5. Do you have a Herman Miller Ames yet? If not, why not? I've got an Aaron. That's fine. Faux Real, yes, they do. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. Napalm Ass Asian, the $10. Stuff like this makes me think of like opponents of slavery in the early days. The conditions required to change things wouldn't exist for decades. So like, what do you tell that person without lying? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, imagine being like super anti-slavery in like 1802 or something, you know? You gotta wait a while to see any kind of justice there. Higara, thank you for the 10 Canadian. I hope you have a good day too. What is cool with the tier 1 sub? I'm a uni professor and I showed a class your panel from VidCon today. Oh, nothing but the best classroom material. Resounding response was a dislike of Destiny because of his antagonistic behavior, and they liked you the most. Well, thank you very much. I believe you uncritically and without a second thought. I'm just taking it and I'm absorbing this entirely. How does your class feel about Pigeon? Blub, blub. Yeah. Pete. Look at this. Yeah. She will never enjoy being held. All right. She's silly. All right, folks. I love you all very much. You're beautiful people. I did it. I did it. Considering I streamed a half hour late, we are now ending a half hour late. I did it. I streamed an appropriate duration. That's good. Now I got to go call a bunch of pharmacies. All right. I'm sending you guys over to Dylan Burns TV on account of, you know, politics. So good luck. I'll see you guys soon. Did I, Appalachian Anarchist? I feel I responded to it. Might have missed one. You're free to email me if you need to, but I got to send you all off. Good luck.